Tonight's Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know, and we're going to get started in right now. Right now, as in this moment. So let's go over here and start getting everything shared. I've only made like 20 posts, but since 6:30, so let's get this show on the road. Okay, first thing is actually finding the live feed and getting it shared everywhere. Let's do that right now. Share in our group. And let's turn off this AC. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it is cold in here. It's because it's raining outside and the temperature has drastically dropped. All right, let me get over here. Sharing this link everywhere. Hope everybody's ready for records. If you're not, you're in the wrong place. Let's see here. And live now. We're getting there. And getting it shared. I'm stalling. I'm actually pacing the floors. I can't see anybody's comments right now. Actually, they're appearing, but I'm just not looking at them because I am on my phone getting this all shared and links tagged, and I'm almost done. Let's get it shared there. And let's get it shared here. Actually, where's Chad's post? There's Chad's post. Andy Mitchell liked our stream on Twitter. I have shared it there. I also need to share it here. Lots of links. We love links. That's how the internet works. It's a series of links. What's that? Oh, yeah. Let's go to our story now. Let's get it shared. Let me get the YouTube link pulled up, which is right here. Share, copy link, and Addison liked your tweet. Amazing. Let's go there, and let's go to live now. All right. Boom. We're here. It's Tonight Metal Night. No, it's not. It's everything night. It's literally everything night. Let's start right here. Let me go get my Saturdays is everything night. Sometimes we've had Saturday metal nights, but let's see here. James Bond. We got a big packet of stuff here. Let me close out this. And what was I about to do? I'm going to pull up a flip video so I don't accidentally undersell something or oversell something. Where's the flip video from early in the morning? It's a rainy day here in Lebanon. It's ever since I left my house a few hours ago, it's been raining, and it's raining now. It's awfully dreary looking outside. A great day to bundle up with a blanket and buy some records. Bundle up and buy some records. That's what we're going to be doing all night. We're going to try to sell them to you. Hopefully you got a nice cup of hot chocolate and popcorn, and you're watching us, and I'm your entertainment for the night. Okay, so from the flip video, we need to pull Incubus, Kings of Leon, Miles Davis, Depeche Mode, ELO, Tool and Incubus, Very Special Christmas, Gloria Estefan, Janis Joplin, Miles and Jack, Santana, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Depeche Mode, Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's all stuff I stole from the flip video. I've got to pull whenever I run across it. So what I'll do is I'll pull that and then we'll tag it after the show so I don't accidentally double sell it. I did see where one person wanted a Kings of Leon. I'll go ahead and pull that. I'm going to set some of this to the side. So let's start here. Yeah, if I see that these are sold, I'll pull them to the side. Tanner and Addison and Jake and Paul and everybody else that's here tonight. First thing we have is Black Crowes. We'll start with this. This is some of our best new vinyl for the week. This is the Black Crowes Lions, and that is a 2 LP on pink vinyl. That is $39.99. First record in that crate. And we have the newest Foo Fighters album. This is Foo Fighters on white vinyl, but here we are. Foo Fighters is $31.99. Foo Fighters, but here we are. That is on white vinyl, $31.99. Kings of Leon, Come Around Sundown. That will now be our last copy. Come Around Sundown. That is $38.99. Kings of Leon, Come Around Sundown. That's a 2 LP, $38.99. I'm going to go ahead and show these Depeche Modes, but they're sold out. This is called Music for the Masses, $31.99. If anybody else wants a copy, I'm definitely going to order more for next week, and that is $31.99 if anybody wants a Depeche Mode. That will pretty much be a waiting list. I don't have any more of those to claim. Let me make sure I didn't miss any new comments. Since I've been on, I'm in a building with a bag of ice. I was talking about fixing some hot chocolate. It's cold in here to me all of a sudden. I'm usually burning up. Did you sell Rob Lee the Rush? The only Rush album left from last night is a Japanese pressing of Permanent Waves, and $85 is my best price. The first time I ever put that up, I think we had it for $135, so $85 is my best price. Jared, we've got an order of Danger Danger coming on Monday. Danger Danger coming on Monday. If you want one, Jared Benoit, just let me know. We have about 4 or 5 of those coming on Monday. Do you have Megadeth, Euthanasia, and Countdown to Extinction? No, I don't. Those are long out of print. They're very rare and very pricey. I do not have those albums. There is somebody walking towards the door. He's getting back in his truck. Must think we're open. Well, he left his car running. That was odd. We have, no, those Megadeth albums are out of print, Chris. They're very hard to get. If we ever get them, they will be advertised and promoted, and we will have them here for sale. We will have those here for sale. So, yeah, those rare Megadeth albums, they'll be here for auction whenever we got them. So, let's start a waiting list for Danger Danger. That's black vinyl, music on vinyl. Black vinyl, music on vinyl. Danger Danger, $44.99. We'll put Jared Benoit down for one and Ken Crooker down for one. So, our first sales of the night. We've sold a lot, but I hadn't really tagged anything yet. It's all invisible sales. Keb Mo from Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. Original master recording. These are numbered on the back. This is number 7861. This is MoFi, $46.99 for Keb Mo. Keb Mo. So, the new Janis Joplin releases. We have Janis Joplin Farewell Song. Janis Joplin Farewell Song. That is $38.99. Limited to 1,500, individually numbered. Really surprised we hadn't sold out of this yet, which is the Sugar Hill Gang. Self-titled, 50 Years of Hip Hop Celebration, limited to 1,000 on red vinyl, $38.99 on Sugar Hill Gang, including Rapper's Delight. We have 3 of those available, Incubus. Incubus is $34.99. That's Light Grenades. That's a 2 LP. I believe it's 2 LP. It is $34.99 for Incubus Light Grenades. And Janis Joplin in Concert. Janis Joplin in Concerts, 1972 live album, $44.99. Janis Joplin in Concert. We've got about 4 of those left. We also have Incubus, A Crow Left of the Murder. That's the last copy of that for $39.99. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, Don't Mess with Texas. the 1987 broadcast. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Don't Mess with Texas, $39.99 on that. Dwight Yoakam, Blame the Vein. Dwight Yoakam is $29.99 for Blame the Vein. We also have Santana, Supernatural, $36.99 for Santana Supernatural. POD Satellite is $36.99. And Incubus Science, $39.99. Now, from the flip video, I know actually Eric Fisher wants Incubus Crow, so we need to go ahead and pull that for Eric Fisher. These are all things we can tag later. Depeche Mode, Tool. William Simmons wants an Incubus Science. We had Zach Biley on Santana. Sorry, that hadn't sold yet. Actually, we hadn't pulled anything yet, technically. Zach Biley on Santana. Here we go. This is the first live sell of the night. Zach Biley on Santana. That is the first sell of the night out of this crate. Everything else I'm pulling stuff that's already sold. I'm just making sure we don't actually sell out of it. All right. And if so, we'll put people on a waiting list. So, okay. I think I pulled everything that we had like one copy left. We'll do the rest after the sale. So here's what's left in that bin. Incubus, POD, Dwight Yoakam, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Janis Joplin, Incubus Light Grenade, Sugar Hill Gang, Janis Joplin, Keb Mo, Kings of Leon, Foo Fighters, and the Black Crows. The Black Crows. Let me set that crate aside. So Paul's got us some new vintage arrivals here. I also just posted a flip video of like a jazz, blues, and a little bit of rock collection we picked up. I'm going to go through those later, and I'll probably figure that out when to exactly do those in just a second. Let's go ahead and go through one of our new vintage rush questions before it gets lost in the feed. I thought I answered that. What was the rush question? Permanent waves? Oh, I didn't. I'm just now seeing this. So Ken Crooker, Danger. Mark asked another question. That was the one. Yeah, that was the one. The front cover has some of the foxing on it. I'm about to bring that crate over here, Mark. Give me 1 second. And Jerry Stone, I don't think that album's in print, but I will check on it. I think I need to order some more new Dead Kennedys anyway, so I will check on that. And let's see what else. Let's go ahead and go through our first crate. This is actually a mixed crate of a lot of different stuff. Some of it is from Wayne's collection. I don't know if I've told you all the story, but actually, one of the last times Wayne was in the store, he dropped off some records trade. And when I was buying his collection, I told his wife about that. I was like, you know, Wayne still had like a box of records he dropped off that I'm going to include in my offer that he was going to trade towards an album he wanted. And so some of those are in here. I actually ran across them last night in our storage office. I was like, oh, there's that box that Wayne dropped off. So that's where the Iron Maiden record came from, which we're about to auction, and a couple others we got pulled for auction. But he had some duplicates like this in his collection, along with some other stuff. So we'll put that. We usually go through at least 2 crates, a little closer to 8 o'clock before we get our auction started. And Mark Fallon, let me bring over that crate of new Japanese, or the crate of Japanese stuff. So behind the counter here, I have a crate that says Miscellaneous, which is a lot of random records. I got an on-sale bin. I've got 2 bins of putbacks, and then I've got a whole crate of Japanese Obies that are priced and ready for sale. Some of them have never been shown. Some of them are new. Some of them have never been shown. Some of them are new. So let me go through this right now. My mic's going in and out. Let me go ahead and swap that because I don't think this one's been charged in a while. Let me change my mics out. Okay, you should be able to hear me now a little bit better. Sorry about all the confusion. Got to have our mics working. Let me show that Rush Permanent Waves. Mark Fallon, I have a feeling you're going to want to buy this, right? Yeah, see, it has just some of this weird, like, foxing on the front cover, really. I don't think it was really too present in the back. And you see what we originally had it marked. I said 135. I think I said 150. You can see a little bit of it on the back, but it's not really that present. Just a little bit of kind of swirls. The inner sleeve is really nice, and that's an $85. That's an $85 buy it now. All right, let's go through some new vintage arrivals. We have, I don't know, Texas Crude. This is EX1199. It is in shrink wrap. It's called Q102, More Texas Crude. Looks like a compilation from Texas. That's EX condition, $11.99. Steve Miller Band Anthology, VG Plus, $16.99. Steve Miller Band Anthology, that's a VG Plus, $16.99. And Lights Out by UFO. UFO is EX condition, $17.99. EX condition, $17.99. Ron Phillips wants K102. He knew what that was. That's sold to Ron Phillips. And we have Grandmaster Melly Mel, King of the Streets. That is a VG Plus, $11.99. It does have some gassing, which is some marks you'll see here. I've talked about that before on records. Visually, it doesn't look pretty and it can't come off. It doesn't usually affect sound play too much. Mark Fallon, I'll buy my first copy of that album. Wow, you don't own a copy of Permanent Waves? Well, congratulations. Make sure this goes in for $85, and that's to Mark Fallon, Rush Permanent Waves. And before that, Ron Phillips got K102. So, all of the Rush stuff that I had last night is now officially sold out. We will go ahead and start with some auctions. This crate of Japanese stuff here, I'm going to try to auction as much as possible, and then we'll probably do like a crate of on-sale Japanese stuff at some point tonight. But we do have a couple higher-end Japanese pressings I'm going to show one more time, and I'm going to reduce the starting bid and hopefully get them sold, and that's these two here. This one hadn't been put up yet. I've only shown this one. I'm going to reduce both of them, and hopefully we can get them to new homes tonight. End of the week, it's time to sell some records. Jeff McMaster wants Sugar Hill Gang, or the Sugar Hill label. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. Very collectible. Make sure I didn't miss anything before that. Okay, I don't think I did. So first two Japanese auctions, I'll show them in detail in just a second. They're nice. $55 starts. Queen, Sheer Heart Attack, and Magical Mystery Tour by the Beatles. Neil Young Harvest. A collection essential. VG Plus, $24.99 for Neil Young Harvest. VG Plus condition. Textured cover with the lyric insert. Old Man, Take a Look at My Life. Angela Leckington gets UFO. That's sold to Angela Leckington. Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses in shrink wrap and hype sticker. The vinyl is EX condition. $17.99 on Mr. Starr. Happy 83rd birthday yesterday. Conway Twitty. VG Plus, $11.99. This is a promo label, MGM Special Disc Jockey Record. About a VG cover with the noticeable ring wear there. VG Plus on the vinyl, $11.99 for Conway. The Trogs, the Vintage Years. This is a 2LP Trogs Vintage Years. VG Plus, $17.99. You've probably heard this song before. Wild Thing, VG Plus, $17.99. And looks like a sitar. It is. It's Sitar Beat. A white label promo by Big Jim Sullivan. Sitar Beat. And that's a VG copy, $19.99. It's a mono white label promo. Mono white label promo. Pink Floyd, Umaguma. This is a 69 US press. EX, $49.99. EX, $49.99. No Gigi on the cover, but it is a 69 US press. And props to Paul for looking up those matrix. I think I told you I've got 3, 4, or 5 of these in my collection because I've been trying to find I take home anytime I see a very clean one, and I realized I had too many. Then I was trying to key in which pressing I had, and this was one of the most complex records I had ever looked up in my life. That's Pink Floyd Umaguma, because of the cover variants and the matrix variants and all the different pressings, and that's just dealing with US copies. Of course, it was really popular in the UK. Tracy Miller does Harvest. No, Harvest does not have Cinnamon Girl. That's on an album called Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere. This has, the two big hits on this one are Heart of Gold and Old Man. And, of course, all the other stuff on there, very, very good. Okay, so Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs. That's in shrink wrap. VG Plus, $14.99. But I will say, finding a 69 press of that is pretty special, even though I don't have the original cover. All the ones I had in my collection, I looked up all of them. I don't think I had a 69 press. It was shocking. So, Buddy Miles, more miles per gallon. Buddy Miles with some play on words there. VG Plus, $14.99. Ryan Anderson wants Robin Trower. That's a great album. Now, let me officially show these Japanese pressings. We have Queen Sheer Heart Attack. Queen Sheer Heart Attack. This has the Japanese insert with it. It also includes this insert that came just like in the US pressings. It also doubles as a poster. And the vinyl is near mint and pristine Japanese vinyl. Super, super nice. And a really nice cover with Obi. That's Queen Sheer Heart Attack. $55 start. $55 start on that. And if you're looking for a nice copy of Magical Mystery Tour, we had this the other night. It is also near mint and pristine. Beautiful vinyl. We have the Japanese insert that went with it. Penny Lane. That's all you need to know, right? There's the original black inner sleeve. The gatefold is really nice. No foxed or discoloration on this. And it also includes the book, which is still attached. That's a $55 start on Magical Mystery Tour. So that's our first two Japanese auctions. Two great ones. The Holly's Greatest Hits. That's in shrink wrap. EX condition, $16.99. Paul says it's slightly gassed just in this area. Other than that, the vinyl is super, super nice. That's EX $16.99. A Good Woman's Love, Jerry Reed. That's a VG Plus, $11.99. A Good Woman's Love, VG Plus, $11.99. The Fifth Dimension's Greatest Hits. That's a VG copy, $9.99 for the Fifth Dimension. The Cars, Candy O. This is EX on the vinyl, $19.99. Red Electro label, a little bit of cover damage down there along the bottom. That is $19.99. The Best of Barbara Lewis. This is also a white label promo, VG Plus condition, $17.99. Atlantic Records, VG Plus, $17.99. Kenny Cates Jr. on Jerry. That's Jerry Reed. That's sold to Kenny Cates Jr. We have Just Between You and Me, Porter and Dolly. VG on the vinyl, $9.99. Porter and Dolly, VG, $9.99. The Battle of Northwest 6, Keith Hartley Band. That's VG Plus, $16.99. That's a $69 US press. Let's see here. We have a few questions. First, Jess said you need to buy all these back when I kick the bucket. I'm going to put it out. Long time faithful gentleman did. Well, I hope you don't kick the bucket anytime soon. But if that were to happen, then I will be honored to buy your collection, Mark Fallon. And it will be sold here live on Facebook. Let's see here. Crafty says, can someone please help me? Let me read what he sent earlier. I have no knowledge of this, but I will look into it. What is your actual name that you sent us an email under? And that way we might can find it a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm sure he sent an email, but he did.
Tanner didn't know what it was for.
Email, he didn't say, hey, I'm Crafty.
Okay. Crafty, we need you to send us an email through that link, but let us know who you are. You probably sent us some, you probably sent your name and you probably sent your address and maybe even what you bought, but we need to know that you're under the name Crafty on YouTube. Otherwise, we probably didn't know who you were. And then Paul Brothers wants Porter and Dolly. That's sold to Paul Brothers. So we will check on that again. But right now, it may just be that we don't have your email associated with the account yet. So we have, this is EX $16.99, and also somebody asked, any punk? Yes, we do have punk records for sale. When will they show up or when will they appear at the show? I have no idea. It could be the next record or it could be later tonight. EX condition, $16.99. This is, I'm trying to figure out what it is. Atmosphere, The Fun EP. Looks like a smiley face. Atmosphere, The Fun EP. That is EX $16.99. What condition is the Cars? That was EX on the vinyl, $19.99. EX on the vinyl, $19.99. Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow. EX $16.99. Crafty, we will look into that after tonight's show. I can't obviously fix it right now or look into it, but we will get back with you sometime tonight. Maybe Tanner can check on it during the show. Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow, is EX condition, $16.99. And music from North and South Vietnam. Music from North and South Vietnam. Sung poetry of the North, theater music from the South. That's VG Plus $14.99 with booklet. Signals. Mark, I've got 3 different versions of Signals. I have an OG copy tonight. I have a new sealed copy that we're going to auction tonight along with the OG. And I have ordered new Signals picture disc. That's their newest 40th anniversary release. And I also have a box set. So I've got 4 different ways you can buy it. I've got new sealed 180 gram that we're going to auction. We're probably going to auction the OG. I've got the box set and I got picture disc on the way. So American Contemporary. American Contemporary is VG $14.99, and this is called Priscilla McLean, Dance of a Dawn, VG $14.99. Papa's got a brand new pig bag. Papa's got a brand new pig bag, The Silent Underdog, produced by Paul Hardcastle. This is EX, $9.99. Papa's got a brand new pig bag, and Rush Signals. There it is. VG Plus, $29.99. 1982. I never know really how to say that press, but we see it quite often. Hoppapogue press. That's a VG Plus, $29.99 on Rush Signals. Disappear, The Clearing. That's VG Plus, $14.99. Hardcore post-rock and death metal, VG Plus, $14.99. And Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, a 77 Pittman press, VG Plus, $29.99. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, VG Plus, $29.99. This is a CD. This is actually, I think that's all it is. And we may have had that in the hot picture. This is VG Plus 70. It is just a CD, right? Newspaper. It's an odd packaging. VG Plus $79.99. 1998 hardcore with Zion CD rare. And Paul was explaining this to me just a moment ago. Their names they got an interesting name. Now, how would you say that? I got to be careful with that one. And Mark is first on the Rush Signals. Christopher Nagy, you were right behind him. Mark, you got lucky for multiple reasons. One, you were asking for it, and two, you were first because somebody else claimed it. They were a close second. That's so did Mark Fallon. Rush Signals. That is $74.99. Keith Hartley Band, 72nd Brave. That's VG Plus, $16.99. VG Plus, $16.99. And this is 72nd Brave, Keith Hartley Band, VG Plus, $16.99. It's 1972 Waddell Press, VG Plus, $16.99. Dolly, Real Love is a VG Plus condition, $17.99, has the original inner sleeve with it. Dolly, Real Love, and shrink wrap, and that's VG Plus, $17.99. Supa's Jamboree by Supa. This is a VG Plus, $9.99. And Grinder Switch, Honest to Goodness, VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. And Grinder Switch is on Capricorn Records. Okay, Queen and the Beatles are buy it nows for $55. This is Queen's Sheer Heart Attack, Japanese press, complete with insert and booklet. That's a $55 buy it now, and so is the Beatles' Magical Mystery Tour. That's also a $55 buy it now. So those are both $55 buy it nows. Queen Sheer Heart Attack is a $55 buy it now, and the Beatles' Magical Mystery Tour is a $55 buy it now. Mark, you accidentally typed a 0 and not a 5. That is supposed to be $55. $55 for the Beatles' Magical Mystery Tour. Near mint and pristine Japanese pressing. Near mint and pristine Japanese pressing on both of those. Mark got Signals, and he may get the Beatles if he puts Beatles 55. And what was next? I don't think I missed anything else. How much was Atmosphere? Atmosphere, that was the picture disc, the Fun EP. That was EX $16.99. Neil Diamond, Do It. VG Plus, $12.99. Solitary Man on the original Bang label. VG Plus, $12.99. And Hugo Montenegro, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Also Fistful of Dollars and for a few dollars more. And this is EX $14.99. 1968 Indianapolis Stereo, EX $14.99. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. EX $14.99. We have something odd enough that it looks like somebody definitely needs to own it. This is EX $14.99. It's our Carlos Panaminas Tonsi Conjunto Foncoricchio Pardigio Porn Tono Diaz. There you have it. I don't know what I just read, but we have Cumbia on the back, EX $14.99. Somebody's got to want it. Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. That is sold to Kenny Cates Jr. Actually, no, it's sold to Shane Devers. He was first. Good, the Bad, and Ugly. Shane Devers. Kenny Cates Jr. was second. Ken Crooker was third. And Scott Apple said, please stop. Male Pal, Vladimir Usachevsky, and Otto Luning. Wow, this is VG plus $14.99. VG plus $14.99. Abbey Road is G plus. It is a 1969 Jacksonville. Her Majesty is listed on the sleeve and the label. This is G plus $14.99. Abbey Road. And here's how we usually see a copy of Abbey Road. It's usually in G condition, $14.99. But if you don't have one, that is a 69 Jacksonville press. Blues Image Open, VG plus $22.99. That includes Ride, Captain Ride on this mystery ship. Blues Image Open, that's a VG plus $22.99. Blues Image Open, VG plus $22.99. John Young on Abbey Road. That is sold to John Young. Not a bad jacket on that one. And we have Roy Orbison Crying. This is a 1962 mono. VG minus condition. It is a 62 mono. $21.99. Roy Orbison Crying. That is a 62 mono. VG minus $21.99. And Looking Glass, which has Brandy on it. VG plus $26.99. Looking Glass Brandy. VG plus $26.99. Everybody's upset because we don't have a crate full of Toto and Kansas and REO Speedwagon. Everybody's wanting the REO Speedwagon, Kansas, and Toto albums right now. Don't worry, they're coming. We're going to have them. We got to show a couple odd things every now and then to make sure we keep our variety mixed. But I promise the Kansas, Toto, and REO Speedwagons are on their way. Next, Japanese pressings. This is going to be we'll start this at $25. $25. This is Paul McCartney and Wings. I'm reducing this one as a starting bid. Near mint and pristine Japanese vinyl. It does have the booklet with it. We have the cover with the obi. Awesome gatefold. Just a $25 start on that. Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway. More Creedence Gold. Creedence Japanese compilation. This is a $35 start for More Creedence Gold. More Creedence Gold. $35 start for More Creedence Gold. This has the Japanese insert with it and the cover with obi. This is a $35 start on that. $35 start on that on More Creedence Gold. Okay, Mark Querum on Queen, $55 buy it now. We'll put that in the auction pile. That's sold to Mark Querum for $55. And I think Mark Fallon wants this for $55, right, Mark? If so, just let me know. Okay, so we tagged Abbey Road with John Young. The next claim was Queen, and we had what was the quality of Looking Glass cover? The cover, probably because of these stains, probably automatically have to call it a VG, if not a VG minus. But there is no seam splits, which I do see quite often on this jacket. Yeah, don't really see, maybe a crackle right here, but that's a VG plus $26.99. VG plus $26.99 on Looking Glass. Okay, we have, let's see here, is CCR gold or quad? CCR is on a blue, like lightning sky fantasy label. That is a $35 start on that. Paul is in at $25 on Wings. Next is Harry Belafonte at Carnegie Hall. This is a VG copy for $14.99. Harry Belafonte is a VG copy for $14.99. We have The Beatles' Greatest is a VG copy, $24.99. That is a 68 German import. This is a VG copy for $24.99. The Beatles' Greatest. That's a 68 German import compilation. Atomic Rooster is EX $17.99. Atomic Rooster is EX $17.99. Atomic Rooster 4. And Ivan Vilvenicio is first on The Beatles. That's sold to Ivan. Rush Permanent Waves. VG Plus $29.99. This is a 1980 Club Edition of Rush Permanent Waves. Chris Crowley first to Atomic Rooster. Karen Robbins, you were second on The Beatles. We have Grinder Switch. Making Tracks. I think that's spelled M-A-C-O-N. Making Tracks. VG Plus $14.99. Christopher Nagy, you were first to this Rush. That's sold to Christopher Nagy. Final call on Wings for $25, and final call on CCR for a $35 start. Overdog, Keith Hartley band. Overdog is VG Plus $31.99, 1971 UK import. And Paul says this is recommended if you like Chicken Shack, Savoy Brown, Peter Green, etc. That's VG Plus $31.99 for Overdog, Keith Hartley band. This is the Wah Watusi, the Orleans, and that is a 1962 US press, VG 1999, the Orleans. That's VG 1999. It's a 62 US press. The Cars, this is a Nautilus Super Disc, EX condition, $54.99, and that's a 1980 half-speed master. The Cars, self-titled Nautilus Super Disc. Jeff McMaster first on the Orleans. Allum put CCR, and that was for something that is currently up for bid. Allum, if you want in on CCR, you need to put CCR 3.5. But we are going to go ahead and sell Wings to Paul Brothers for $25. And Allum, let me know if you want in on the CCR. The Doors is in mono. It's a VG copy for $54.99. It's a 67 Allentown mono. It plays much better than it looks. No skips. It has background crackle. Yes, I saw this in the back, and I pulled it out, and I was like, it is in mono, plus I saw the jacket. And, yeah, it looks VG or VG minus. It plays much better than a VG. It's closer to a VG plus for a Doors OG mono. 67 Allentown. That's VG condition, $54.99. Allum's in on CCR. Final call on that. And the Grateful Dead, VG Plus, $59.99. That's a late 70s Winchester press on the Doors Europe 72, VG Plus, $59.99. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Allum Die gets CCR for $35. So let's grab our next two, which is going to be, I do have some stuff over here too that's not ready yet. Actually, let me go grab that crate. These are, let me go get that other crate. Okay, so let me read off what's left in here. The Cars half speed. The vinyl on that is EX. It's try to be on any of these used audiophile pressings. Try to be extremely strict because they are made strictly for the collectability of them being an audiophile pressing and the condition of the playback. And it does have a couple scuffs right here, keeping that EX condition. So it still plays very well, and that is $54.99. Okay, let me read the titles that's left in here. And next, so I've got a lot of different stuff. I've got more new vintage arrivals. I got some on sale crates. I've got new Japanese auctions. I've got new vinyl. And I got a crate of new vinyl that has a few things I'm going to put on sale. And then I've got some stuff that I hadn't shown in a while to put in there as well. So here's what's left in here. Steve Miller Band Anthology. This is VG Plus, $19.99. Ringo Starr, Stop and Smell the Roses. Conway Twitty. If you need prices or information on these, please let me know. The Trogs. This is Big Jim Sullivan, Sitar Beat. Pink Floyd, Uma Guma. Neil Young, Harvest. More Buddy Miles. The Hollies' Greatest Hits. The Fifth Dimension's Greatest Hits. The Best of Barbara Lewis. The Battle of Northwest 6, Keith Hartley Band again. Atmosphere, the Fun EP. The Cars, Candy O. Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow. Music from North and South Vietnam. And this was Priscilla McLean, Dance of a Dawn. Papa's Got a Brand New Pig Bag. Disappear, The Clearing. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. Os Rotten. Keith Hartley Band, 72nd Brave. Dolly Parton, Real Love. Supa's Jamboree. Grinder Switch. Neil Diamond. This record. Male Pal. We have Blues Image. Surprised no one bought that. Blues Image. Roy Orbison Crying is still available. Looking Glass. Harry Belafonte. Grinder Switch. Overdog. The Doors in mono. Grateful Dead. And The Cars. And The Cars. Did I miss any other claims in there? Don't think I did. And let me move on to the next crate. Got 207 viewers at the moment. 207 viewers for tonight, for a Saturday night sale. Hopefully we have several people on that's ready to take advantage of their combined shipping. This is the last sale of the week, meaning we're going to send out invoices starting tomorrow and Monday. So everything you've bought all week, either live here on the sale or in our group or any pre-orders or anything like that, this is all combined for $7 in limited shipping. Next auction is a very nice copy of Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. It does have a punch hole right through the end of Iron Maiden. And this is a 1982 Winchester press. 1982 Winchester press in shrink wrap. And that is a $65 start. Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. Very nice vinyl, near mint minus, in shrink wrap. Does have a punch hole. $65 start. Evidently, I have missed a few questions. First was, I didn't hear what condition of Orbison cover, Blues Image, Fifth Dimension, and I didn't see any of those. Let me pull those and let me show those one more time. Also, price on Grateful Dead. Every once in a while, our software kicks off Facebook comments where there for like a split second, we can't see Facebook comments. And if that happens, then your comment doesn't come through to us on Restream, and you might have to send it again. So we have Roy Orbison Crying. The vinyl is VG minus, and that was $21.99. The cover has tape along the bottom, has tape along actually all four spines, or all three spines. There's the label, VG minus, and it has, it's kind of just, yeah, it's a VG minus cover as well. It's just because of the tape and just VG or VG minus, I guess. And that was $21.99 on Roy Orbison Crying. Roy Orbison Crying on that. So we have, next is, Alan wants to know the price on Grateful Dead. The price on Grateful Dead was VG plus $59.99. Grateful Dead was a VG plus $59.99. Julianne Roman for sure wants Blues Image. That's so to Julianne Roman. And Fifth Dimension for Karen Robbins. The Fifth Dimension was a VG for $9.99. We have two bids on Iron Maiden, 65 and 65. Julie got Blues Image. And if anybody who asked about these wants them, please let me know. That's Fifth Dimension and Grateful Dead. Fifth Dimension and Grateful Dead. I'm going to lay those right over here in pending. Lay those right over here in pending. Grateful Dead, the Live Europe album, I've sold some near mint copies of that. Not easy to find though in near mint. Okay, here's a few things I just quickly put together. This is stuff that's usually on our racks. Stuff we don't see too often because it gets sorted with our best sellers of new vinyl. And a lot of this we hadn't ordered in a long time, so a lot of it hasn't appeared in new arrivals, and I'll show those in just a second. First, Iron Maiden's at $67. There are no inserts with Iron Maiden, I believe. Actually, I spoke too soon. It does have a merchandise insert. Official Eddie merchandise. Yes, it does have a merchandise insert. There's the label and just a generic inner sleeve that came with it. Danny Czar's at $66.60 on that, which we will round up to $67. And Michael Ling's at $80. He's found the merchandise insert. I'm glad you asked. Okay, so here's what we have in here. First is Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, which it's been a while since I've seen an OG copy. $49.99. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. Just because it came out in 1994, we don't see it too often as OG on vinyl. That's a great sounding 2LP remaster, $49.99 for the Division Bell. We also have Elton John's Honky Chateau. This is on gold vinyl. This is the new 50th anniversary edition, single LP, gatefold, and that is $36.99. $36.99 for Honky Chateau. We also have the classic Pearl Jam album. We see Honky Chateau quite often with OG copies, But here's one we won't see too often as an OG press. Pearl Jam 10. This is in the hundreds of dollars. I guess if you find a true US that's pristine now. $28.99. Once Even Flow, Why Go, Black and Jeremy all on side one, and that is $28.99. Pearl Jam 10, $28.99. Songs from the Big Chair. We get this quite often as an original press, but they're always an instant seller. I've got 4 or 5 of these left. This is $39.99. Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair, $39.99. Beastie Boys, one of the last copies of this I have laying around, which is License to Ill, $36.99. 30th anniversary remaster of that. And we have 2 copies of Rush Moving Pictures, 180 gram direct metal mastering, $36.99 on Rush Moving Pictures. So Michael Ings at $80 on Iron Maiden. Everybody else is out. Scott's out. Danny's out. Final call on Iron Maiden for $80. This is essentially the best of Ozzy. Memoirs of a Madman, which is a 2 LP. Has all of Ozzy's solo hits like Crazy Train, Flying High Again, Mama, I'm Coming Home, No More Tears. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. Julianne Roman also wants Pearl Jam. She got the last record, Blues Image Open. She also gets Pearl Jam 10. That's sold to Julianne Roman. Shane Devers is in on Iron Maiden for $85, and John Duran wants an Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. I have one of those left. Somebody earlier asked about Motley Crue, and I went ahead and pulled all 5 studio albums that we have in stock. They are all $33.99 for all 5 Motley Crue. We have Too Fast for Love, Shout at the Devil, Girls, 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 Theater of Pain, and Dr. Feelgood, which it's been a while since I've seen a US OG copy of that. And we get a couple of these here and there, but the true first pressings of this are extremely expensive, like north of $1,000 in near mint condition, the true first pressings on leather records. So $33.99 for Motley Crue. Dr. Feelgood's also gone way up in value over the last 5 years or so. Here's one of the best sounding records that we've ever sold. It's pressed at Palace in Germany. It is $59.99. It's a 2 LP Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $59.99, and that's pressed at Palace. I have sold a lot of these. A lot of people watching probably has one, and they'll agree. If you have an awesome stereo setup, that is an amazing sounding record. So John Duran got Ozzy, and Brian Tyler wants a Dr. Feelgood. I have multiples of all these, so if anybody else wants one, let me know. We have, this was mentioned last night, or maybe the night before. Somebody was wanting to know if we had an OG copy of Wildflowers, which the last couple we've had. I think I had one sealed, and then we had one open. Also a $500 plus record. Tom Petty Wildflowers. This is the newest 3 LP. They released it as Wildflowers and All the Rest with bonus tracks. And that's a 3 LP, and that is $44.99. So that's, if you don't want to drop maybe $500 on a US Wildflowers OG for $44.99, that's a triple LP remaster. And once again, I think that's all analog on that. It sounds incredible on Tom Petty Wildflowers. We had an OG US copy of this, which is Into the Great Wide Open. We sold it for around $150 a few nights ago. This is a sealed remaster for $36.99. Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open, $36.99 on that. Update on Iron Maiden, we have $88.90, $93.95. Shane Devers is at $95. Michael Ings at $97. And Chris Farrar wants a Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Great decision. Yeah, that first track, Secondhand News, when the guitar starts strumming, man, it sounds like it's in your speakers. Okay, the next 3 records are on sale. Since I've been talking a lot about audiophile stuff, I think this is the first time I've ever put this record on sale. I've got 3 of them left, and then they're all gone until I probably can order more. $10 off, which makes them $44.99. And this is Billy Squires' Don't Say No. That's pressed at RTI. It's on really quiet vinyl, and it sounds incredible. $10 off makes that $44.99. And that's, is it 2? It's not a 2 LP, is it? I think it's a single LP. Just comes in a nice gatefold jacket. Ultra quiet, pressed at RTI. Beautiful restored gatefold. Yes, pressed at RTI. Includes The Stroke, In the Dark, My Kind of Lover, and Lonely is the Night. and that is $44.99. $44.99. Chris Farrar says he needs to put back Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Iron Maiden's now at 105 with Michael Ling, and this is the last 4 copies I have of this record. Also $10 off, $19.99 for Lynch Mob Rebel. I've got 4 of those left. They're $19.99, Lynch Mob Rebel, and that's on red marbled vinyl. That's my last 4 copies of that, $19.99. So we do have a claim for Billy Squier. Michael Thrower, let's make sure that goes in at $44.99. And I've got 3 claims on Lynch Mob. I've got 1 left, and this is $19.99 on these. That is Alan Jonathan, Paul Beal, Scotty Hops, Brian Tyler. That's the first 4. I've only got 4. That's all I have on that one, and they're gone. That's Alan Jonathan, Paul Beal, Scotty Hops, and Brian Tyler. $19.99 on those. Shane Devers, you were 5th and only had 4, and Julianne Roman wants a Billy Squier. And, of course, that was $44.99. I've got 1 Billy Squier left for $44.99. And, yes, Into the Great Wide Open. Everything in here is new and sealed. Tom Petty's $36.99. That's new and sealed. I'm going to go through this crate one more time. I just assembled these. These are like a lot of OG. It's either really good pressings or OG records that are very expensive and stuff we don't get too often. I could make, which is most of the new vinyl we have. The reason we have it in stock on new vinyl is because the OG copies are a challenge to find, or just we sell them instantly. So, speaking of, Iron Maiden's at 105. Michael Ling has that. Shane Devers, just so you know, you're out. Michael Ling does have that at 105, and I think the bidding took off when we realized it had a mint and pristine merchandise insert with it. And that's in shrink wrap. It does have a punch hole. OG. And so we do have a copy of Rumors that was put back, but I have another one in here. So once again, Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, $49.99. Elton John is on gold vinyl, and the reason I showed that because I believe it's our last copy. That was $36.99. The Palace pressing is $59.99. Alan, most people probably already have this. I've sold so many of these. I think I've sold probably 250 of them. So we've sold a lot of them. At one time, we had like a whole, probably like 3 foot of shelf space dedicated to them, and then I put them on sale one night for like $54.99 or $52.99, and we sold them all. Pearl Jam 10, $28.99. Tears for Fears, $39.99. Beastie Boys, $36. Moving Pictures, $36.99 as well. Ozzy, $44. Motley Crue, we have Too Fast for Love, Shout at the Devil, Girls, 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 Theater of Pain, and I do have another copy of Dr. Feelgood, all $33.99. Zach Billy wants the Ozzy Diary or Memoirs of a Madman. Wildflowers, $44.99, Tom Petty, and Into the Great Wide Open. Last copy that I'm going to do for the on-sale price, $10 off. Don't Say No. Sounds incredible. Wyatt says he'll take it. So that's $44.99. Of course, the Zach sticker price, and Wyatt gets the last Billy Squier for $44.99. Iron Maiden's now at 108. Let's go through a crate of new vintage arrivals. New vintage arrivals. I got some great stuff behind the counter, too. I did a lot of sorting last night. Tanner, if you get a chance, I'll take that green crate that says miscellaneous. I've even got some cards to auction off. We got any Kiss fans on? I got some Kiss trading cards. I've got some other cards. And there's a couple others like random stray records in there as well that I ran across behind the counter. Let's see what we have in here. Let me take it off camera for a second because I don't want anybody getting a sneak peek to know when to claim. And I also don't want you to jump ahead on anything because I don't really know what's in here. Let's see what Paul's got us ready. Aha. Great White. I see several other things we can auction, but we're probably just going to let them roll. All right, so Iron Maiden's at 108. Stacy says she's here. Yes, 56 Elvis. Let's put that up right now while we got a great Iron Maiden auction going. Let's go ahead and put up the 57 Elvis. I just test played it. We were just listening to it here in the store. It is so hard to find these clean, and this is a 56. This is a 56 mono. We've checked the matrices, the labels. Paul's went through all the painless or the painful task of determining the pressing for this. And this is going to be a $115 start. This is a 1956 mono Indianapolis press. The cover is, well, let me just show you the cover first. So first, very importantly, the mono. And one of the keys to determining it's an OG 56 is this just because he has PD for public domain. But we've looked up, of course, all the matrices and label variations. This was pressed in Indianapolis in 1956. It's mono. I test played it, and we graded it VG, or we graded it EX minus. We graded it EX minus, and I test played it, and side 1 sounds like EX or EX plus. These old RCA mono records usually sound pretty good regardless of how they look visually. And there's the cover, which is extremely important on this record because they're usually pretty beat. You can see it does have a seam split up at the top. It has a seam split that runs about halfway down. We're going to keep the record outside the jacket to preserve the rest of that. Spine just has a little bit of chipping up here and on the corner. The rest of it's nice and at the bottom. So for those that don't know, you'll see this album all over the place. 2 things, maybe even 3 I can mention about this record. First, finding a true 56 is tough. Then finding it in mono. Number 2 is if you do find one, they look like a kid threw it out of the sleeve and jumped up and down on it while they were playing with nails and Legos. Which means it's completely worn out. We've had a lot of copies that are just absolutely trash. So just like with any records from this era, especially records that people list over and over and over, this was Alan just said it, a well-loved record. So these are usually completely destroyed. And how iconic. Elvis Presley's debut LP. So, of course, he had music out with Sun, but this was his first release from RCA in 1956. It was this album right here. And like I said in the hot picture, a rock and roll artifact. So is this, The Number of the Beast. Some may say without this album, we may have not had this album. Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast. And somebody asked to see the back cover. Let me show you that as well as I can without the glare on it. Hey, Bruce Dickinson, there he is. We had one of his solo albums last night. Does have a punch hole. There's the back cover. And high bid on that. We were at 111 with Michael Ling. 111 with Michael Ling. No lyric inner sleeve. Somebody was just talking about that. No, did we say it came with one? But it does have the insert, the merchandise insert. Okay, Elvis 115, 125, 135, 130, 145, and 135. There you go. Okay, new creative, new vintage arrivals. Let's see what we have here. Very nice copy. I love side 1. Of course, it has blue suede shoes on it, and I Got a Woman, which I commonly know the Ray Charles version, but who does that give writing credits? Yeah, Ray Charles. He wrote that. I Got a Woman. And blue suede shoes, Carl Perkins. Okay, so new vintage arrivals. We have Eric Clapton and the Yardbirds with Sonny Boy Williamson. This is a late 70s, early 80s press, 1999 on that. Dan Benedict wants a Into the Great Wide Open. You got it. Dan wants an Into the Great Wide Open. You get one. That's so to Dan Benedict. Tommy Flowers on Sonny Boy Williamson. That's so to Tommy Flowers. And we have Chick Corea, Inner Space. Chick Corea is a 1973 Richmond press, $14.99 on Chick Corea, Inner Space. Johnny Copeland, Ain't Nothing But a Party, recorded live, $12.99. Johnny Copeland, Ain't Nothing But a Party, $12.99. Iron Maiden did not have an inner sleeve. I was about to say, I didn't want to speak too soon. I like to make sure I'm saying this right, but the OG presses of this Iron Maiden did not come with a custom, what we call a custom inner sleeve. Just that plain generic inner sleeve there. And of course, it did come with a merchandise insert, as you see there. So, but that's what I'm seeing in the comments, and that's what I think I've seen before, but I don't know, that might be debated. This is $49.99. $49.99. This is Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. This is a super clean mono copy. That is mono, $49.99. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding. This is Mojo Collins Blues Heap. Mojo Collins Blues Heap, $16.99. This is a 1988 Louisiana blues album, $16.99. $16.99. Mojo Collins Blues Heap. And Choice Cuts, 2009. This is a Record Store Day sampler. Record Store Day sampler. Record Store Day 2009. Choice Cuts, $9.99. UFO Making Contact, $19.99. UFO Making Contact, $19.99. And we have Ian Dury talks to Vinyl Mogul about new boots and panties. This looks like an Ian Dury promo interview disc of some sort. $12.99. And Scott Smith was first. Scott Smith was first on UFO Making Contact. Scott Smith was first on that. Okay, so make sure I didn't miss any claims. Tommy Flowers got Sonny Boy Williamson. Elvis 145, Elvis 160. Maiden did not have an inner sleeve. Maiden did have an inner sleeve. Alex Roman 170. Elvis Presley 170. Elvis 175, 168, 185. Iron Maiden did have an inner sleeve. Iron Maiden didn't have a sleeve. Elvis at 195. Scott Smith, though, did get the UFO album. Fred was second. James Bragg was third. Elvis Presley's at 200. Alex Roman's at 200 on Elvis Presley. So, also, I've also had some people say, I bought this album the day it came out, or I bought this new on the shelf, and it did have an inner sleeve when I bought it. And I was like, well, that could be, you could have bought it in whatever, but it could have been a second press. But I think we have determined that this did come with some sort of custom inner sleeve. So, I don't know, I'm getting to the territory now where I may have to look it up 3 times. Michael Ling, he says going 3 times. He does have the high bid. He's wanting me probably to sell it. Iron Maiden, Michael Ling has that for $111. I think it's about to be sold to him. I'm going to give that about 30 more seconds. Michael Ling has it for $111, and he would like me to sell it to him. And then Elvis Presley is at $200 with Alex Roman. John Haidt, warming up to the Ice Age. John Haidt is $12.99. John Haidt, warming up to the Ice Age. $12.99 for John Haidt. And Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars, $26.99. If Paul can hear me, Paul, next time we sell an Iron Maiden record, we need to put the history of inner sleeves on the back of them. It's a big deal, I know, because some of these I've shown before. It's just like with Van Halen's first album. I think the first ones were in black and white. A lot of these first inner sleeves, they came in black and white. That's a way you can tell if it's a first press too. And then the other highly debated one is Def Leppard. I think it's Pyromania. One of those two didn't come with an inner sleeve. But some people's like, well, mine has one. And we're like, well, that's a later press. The first presses didn't, which is backwards. Usually it's the other way. Usually the first presses have a custom inner sleeve, and then the reissues just have like a standard one. So very confusing. All right, Shane's out. This is sold. Discussion over. This is sold to Michael Ling for $111. I will say this. That was an extremely nice copy. And I'd say Michael was mostly bidding for that merchandise insert. So, Great White is our next album. This is Great White Recovery Live. Great White Recovery Live. The Immigrant Song. This is a $30 start. This has an original inner sleeve with it. And this is Near Mint Minus for a $30 start. $30 start. Great White Recovery Live. We have a heated auction going on for Elvis Presley. He's in the building. And he's at $235 with Alex Roman. Paul McCartney, and we have Quicksilver Messenger Service. The original Quicksilver Messenger Service, $19.99. That's on an orange capital label. The Moody Blues, A Question of Balance. The Moody Blues is $17.99. Oh my gosh, it has a lyric insert. I don't know if I've seen that in too many of them. Wow. $17.99. This looks like a really nice copy too. No ringwear on the cover. Gatefold, of course, $17.99. Has the original Durham inner sleeve. Wow, that's a very nice copy. And that's sold to Lillian McCurry. Lillian McCurry. If Lillian hadn't bought that, I might have kept that just to see if mine has a lyric insert with it. But that's sold to Lillian. Great White's at $40. We have several people at $40, and Alex is at $250 on Elvis. We have Billy Burnett. That's $12.99 for Billy Burnett. The Blues featuring Ray Charles. That is $16.99. The Blues featuring Ray Charles. And Return to Forever, Romantic Warrior. The first time I listened to this, I was like, wow, that's really good. It is. And this is Chick Corea and Return to Forever, Romantic Warrior. Looks like it has the original inner sleeve. That is $19.99. Elvis is at $2.75 and Great White's at $55. I need a drink of water. Does this mute button work? Maybe not. No.
Where's the other bands that you put crate of?
That's one of them. The other one we already went through. That's one of them, and the flip crate. There should have been 3. I condensed them, so this is the rest of it. Yeah, this is the rest of it. Yeah. And after you pull those, I'm going to go back through them. That's probably my next crate. Okay. Great White, 45. Brad Faust, Return to Forever. Cousin Brad Faust. That's So Do You. Thank you. That's a great album. Brad will agree. The Rolling Stones. This is one of my Easter egg records I hid in the back for John and Paul. It looks like they found it. This is a 1966 German import. Don't see this too often. $36.99. Look at that cover. The Rolling Stones. Beautiful vinyl. That's on the Horzoo label, and that's sold to Carol Puckett. Carol's probably our #1 Rolling Stones buyer. He bought a pair of Ron Wood's pants. You got to be pretty dedicated to start buying their pants. That's sold to Carol Puckett, Rolling Stones. Sherry, you were second. We have, I don't know, Ruiner. What is this called? Ruiner. I heard these dudes are a-holes, but they actually spell it out. $16.99, and that is on white vinyl. That's on white vinyl, Ruiner. Has Girls, Girls, Girls already gone. That is going to be put up for auction. It's actually in this crate, and I'm going to put it up for auction whenever we get to it. I didn't pull it out. It's up here in the front. But we're going to be putting it up for auction when one of these 2 end. More of Roy Orbison's greatest hits. No condition notes on the vinyl, which is obscure, but we do have about a VG or VG minus cover. Always love the cover artwork, all the 45s there. Roy Orbison, $14.99. That's more of Roy Orbison's greatest hits. We have Your Personal Gym Instructor. Interesting. This is $14.99. The name of the artist is White S. blank blank blank. Hardcore art rock. $14.99. And we have Pig Bag, Lend an Ear. Pig Bag, Lend an Ear. $9.99. 1983 UK import. Kind of similar to the Pop Group. The Pop Group, as in the name of the band. $9.99. Okay. Great White is at 60 with David Eberly, and then 65 with Brian Tyler. So Brian Tyler's at 65 on Great White. Elvis is at 335, 350, 360, 375, 385, 400, and 410. Congratulations. I shouldn't have said that out loud, should I, Brent? Brent may be in battle for #2 Rolling Stones buyer. Maybe we should put something up for auction and let y'all battle it out. An autographed Mick Jagger poster. I've got some cool I've got some original Rolling Stones concert posters in the back. I tease about posters all the time. I actually brought a couple up. Not the Rolling Stones, but I brought a couple of original movie posters. So, look at this guy. We have Damain Ben Encore. Whew. This is a French import, $19.99. Take a look at this guy. Look at the label. It's definitely French, $19.99. I don't know what that is. We have High on Emotion EP, 1996. This is $14.99. Ryan Anderson is claiming it. Thank you. I don't have to read it again. Stephen, I don't know. This is $34.99, 2000 on clear vinyl. Expose Your Overdubs. I think it's Stephen Broadskies. $34.99. Elvis Presley is at $410 with Richard Blanton. Final call, or going once, because we got a heated battle. I don't know if we'll make it to the air horn territory or not. I am about to sell, though, Great White. David Eberly, you're out. Brian Tyler has that for 65. Final call. $9.99. It is from 1995. It is pressed in the U.S. and it is hardcore, and that is called Absinthe. Absinthe. Judy Collins, Wildflowers with hop sticker, includes both sides now, $9.99, a near mint pressing and shrink wrap, and hop sticker. That's a great song. Both sides now, very chilled out, $9.99. James Bragg takes the Absinthe. That's sold to James Bragg. And we have Madonna, $21.99 for Madonna Madam X. Never seen that one before. 2LP. Alex is out. So we're about to sell Elvis for $410. Great White is sold to Brian Tyler for $65. That's sold to Brian Tyler for $65. Elvis is a 1956 mono Indianapolis press. Mono Indianapolis press. High bid is $410. I've graded the vinyl for sound quality, EX+. I've graded the jacket, VG. Overall, the front presents very well, and so does the back. It does have a seam split along the top, nothing on the bottom, a little chip in the spine right between the catalog number and Elvis's name, and a little bit of corner wear. But like I said, these are usually trash, and that is a 56. That is a 1956 mono, and it is test played. And we have a new bid. Jeff McMaster's at $420. We're not done yet. Go ahead and be warming up the air horn. Jeff McMaster's at $420. Purple Rain with poster, $49.99. Purple Rain with the original inner sleeve and poster, $49.99. So inner sleeve, nice jacket, and poster, $49.99. That's sold to John Leal. Brent or Richard is back in on Elvis Presley at $425. Boys Life, $29.99. 1995 U.S. press. It's hand numbered, or it's numbered 302. Wow, I've never heard of this genre. Math rock? Is that what that's supposed to say? Math rock and emo. Math rock. I wonder what that's like. $29.99. Math rock. That's new to me. Stephen, another Stephen Broad Sky. I can read it now. Broad Sky. Hit or mystery. That is $21.99 clear with black center. $21.99 clear with black center. Elvis is at $425, $440, and now $450. Paul Bill wants BL, which is Boys Life. That's sold to Paul Bill. This is Prefuse 73 featuring Ghostface and ELP Hottie Face. That is $9.99 when you play it. You can't figure out what it is. Is that what meth is? Or math? My bad. I was reading Tracy's comment. It says meth rock. Math, meth, same thing. I guess if somebody's singing about math, they may be on meth. I've never heard that before. Wow. All right. We do have an open slot. I was about to pull up these cards. I got to be careful what I say on here. There's no telling what I have. There's been some stuff slipped out before. I have said some very bad things on here. Completely unintentional. That might have been one of them. Paul Beal is going to buy that record. He's going to listen to it, and then he's going to post back. Paul is going to report back in Whole Lot of Records group and let us know what math rock sounds like. That's hard for me to even say. All right, let's auction some Motley Crue. Some Girls. An original 1987 U.S. press with the original inner sleeve. Motley Crue. Girls, original inner sleeve. This is a very nice copy. It's a $45 start. US OG Motley Crue, Girls. $45 start. Does have a nice glossy cover. Has a couple creases back here on the back, but that is US OG near mint vinyl, inner sleeve, $45 start. Brooks is already in at $60. Okay, next is Elvis was at $475. Bronski. Oh, is that how you say that? Richard Bronski or Brodsky? Stephen Brodsky. Wow. Richard Blanton is out on Elvis Presley. Jeff McMaster has that for $475. Jeff McMaster, $475. Going once, going twice. Is everybody done? Jeff is at $475. I think Alex is done. I think Richard's done. Jeff has it for $475. Motley Crue, $45, $45, and $60. Motley Crue is at $70. We have Rush, Fly By Night, $44.99. OG, US, $44.99. Beautiful. Somebody needs to grab that right away. $44.99. Brooks is at $75 on Motley Crue. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds live from KCRW. Live from KCRW. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, $27.99. John Smetzer all over Fly By Night, and Ryan's first to the Nick Cave. So Fly By Night and Nick Cave both sold. John Smetzer and Ryan Anderson. International Space Station Volume 1. That sounds interesting. $29.99. It's Space Psych Rock, limited to 600 copies. It's 4 different bands. Wow, one of them's called Elon Musk. The other one's called Electric Moon. Kunjin's Mon and Kanan. $29.99. That's an interesting, I'd like to listen to that. International Space Station. And Rage Against the Machine, Bullet in the Head. This is a 1993 promo single. $19.99. Rage Against the Machine, Bullet in the Head, the Sir Jinx remix. $19.99 on that. Okay, now back up to the top. Motley Crue, $70. Motley Crue, $75. If you ever have a problem with anything, with an order, just send us a message to Facebook or send us an email. $70, $75. I obviously can't fix anything here, but I will fix it later, or Tanner will, hopefully. Right, Tanner? Yeah. Tanner says yes. John Smetzer got Fly By Night. Ryan Anderson got Nick Cave. Motley Crue, we already had 75. Scott bid 70. Roger Ramjet was second to Rush. Brent Robley was third. Shane Devers first on Rage. I contemplated auctioning that, but we're going to go ahead and let that go to Shane Devers. Paul Bill was second. Sean Jones was third. Motley Crue's at 80. And Elvis Presley is sold to Jeff McMaster for $475. An artifact of rock and roll history. $475. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. Shane Devers is at 80 on Motley Crue. All right, let's auction something a little bit different here. This comes from the collection in Atlanta, which is approaching almost a year ago, and we still got tubs and tubs and tubs full of collectibles from the Atlanta collection. I ran across this behind the counter. I found these probably a month ago, and I was like, well, I'll auction them, and I never did get to it. These are some original 1978 Kiss trading cards. Gene Simmons, Gene Simmons, Gene Simmons, Gene Simmons, Ace Frehley, Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Gene Simmons. There's a whole shot of the band. Very cool. Gene Simmons. Gene and Paul. Paul. Gene. Where's Peter at? There's the whole shot of the band again. There's the 3 up front on stage. There's Gene and Paul. There's Paul. There's Paul. There's Gene. And there's Paul. Wow, we didn't have any individual shots at all of Peter. And these, you can assemble them on the back, of course, to make a poster/puzzle. As you can see here, here's how the backs look. That one's a little bit different there. Let's see, those two are different. And there's those. So the rest of them kind of assemble that. I don't think these are tops. These are, it just says Alcoin Management. It has nothing to do with, I know Topps made some series and they may have printed them and stuff, but I don't see that brand on any of those. So there's those. We'll start these. I've got it in this acrylic case here for $15. $15. That's in this acrylic case. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There is 21 here. 21. I doubt that's no, that's not a full set. There's There's many, many more. I've had a full set multiple times. This is not a full set. I also have some Beatles trading cards and other stuff from that collection I definitely need to get out. So we'll ship them just like this in this acrylic case. Definitely some nostalgia there. This is the cards overall are probably like, well, let's do it on a 10-point scale. Most of these would probably grade 3s or 4s. They have been played and traded and used. They're definitely not mint, but they're not bad. I mean, they're not completely trashed. But I think there's well over 100 in probably this set. Actually, this one right here says 66, but that might be from a completely different. I don't know. Those look pretty similar, doesn't it? Maybe they're 66. Yeah, I think they're 66. That says 87, though. That might be a different set. You know, with a lot of these things, there's like a Series 1 and then there was a Series 2, but there it is. Okay. He was second to that one. That was Fly By Night. Yes. Okay, so those are up for bid, Kiss cards. Let me go through the comments and make sure we're done on Motley Crue. Shane Devers was at 80. Brooks Vaughter was at 81. So Shane was at 80 on Motley Crue. Brooks bid 81. And let's see. Kiss is at 15. Clay Moore also bid 15. Clay, you were second. Shane is at 85 on Motley Crue. And yes, Stacy, you were first to Kiss. Stacy's in at $15. Okay. Looks like 132 Series 1 and 2, third set. Yeah, I think there's at least 3 sets of original Kiss cards. When I say original, like 70s era. And there may be 4 sets, but I know for sure there's at least 3. So Kiss cards are at 16. Brooks is out on Motley Crue. Shane Devers has that for 85. Final call. I have a binder, I think, with some more. I haven't seen that, though, in like 8 months. I do have a binder full of Beatles cards and some other, and I got some other stuff to show tonight too. But okay, Kiss 16, 3 sets, 3 sets of Kiss cards, at least from the original era. But I don't know if they made anything later. I think I may have seen some from like the 2000s. Not for sure. It's been a while since I've bought a Kiss collection, but since I've been doing this, like in 2012, I bought like an entire storage unit full of Kiss stuff. I learned a lot about Kiss merchandise. I had the Kiss lava lamp. I had the Kiss inflatable chair. I had the Kiss mask. I had all kinds of different stuff. They had a lot of merchandise. Okay, let's go through this one more time. Chick Corea, Inner Space. I wish I had all that back. If I had all that back right now to auction here, it would be a lot more. It'd be worth a lot more right now than what I sold it for back 10 years ago. Chick Corea, Inner Space, $14.99. We have Johnny Copeland, Ain't Nothing But a Party. That is $12.99. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Hardin, $49.99. That was the mono. We have Mojo Collins, Heap of Blues, choice cuts from 2009. Michael Nath wants the Copeland. Let's see, that was Johnny Copeland. That's sold to Michael Nath. So Motley Crue is done at $85. That's a final call. And Stacy's at $17 on the Kiss cards. We had Ian Dury, John Hott. Is that auction stuff? Okay. Paul's got us some more auction stuff. Thank you. He's brought up some more records for us. Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars. Quicksilver Messenger Service. We have Billy Burnett, The Blues featuring Ray Charles. That was the A-Holes. Roy Orbison's Greatest Hits. Your Personal Gym Instructor. Pig Bag. High on Emotion EP. Stephen Brodsky. Judy Collins, Wildflowers. Madonna, another Stephen Brodsky. Prefuse 73 and the International Space Station. All right, let's sell Motley Crue for $85 to Shane Devers. And Clay Moore, let me know if you're in or out on the Kiss cards. Stacy Metternich has those for $17. Final call. Arthur Prosser wants the Pig Bag. Let's bring up some new vintage arrivals. New vintage arrivals. Can you show me the... Yeah, that word was somewhere in the titles. It's actually called Ruiner. Never mind. It's called Ruiner. I heard these dudes are a-holes. And that is $16.99 on white vinyl. Clay's back in on the Kiss cards at $18. Okay, this was in We'll start this at $1. I thought it was really cool, though. Actually, you can have these graded by PSA. This card graded by PSA, Gem Mint 10, $50, $60. I was pretty surprised. I've got a lot of different of these cards, but I put this in a brand new magnetic holder, so pretty cool holder. Stevie Ray Vaughan card, though, $1 start. I thought that was pretty cool. And this was manufactured while he was still alive in 1991, Stevie Ray Vaughan. I've put it in a nice snap case magnetic holder as well. $1 start on the Stevie Ray Vaughan. You need to prop that up next to your turntable or on your shelf of your other Stevie Ray Vaughan collectibles. So, Kiss cards and Stevie Ray Vaughan up for auction. Michael Nath is at $1 USD. Andy Mitchell's at $5. If you get that thing PSA graded, check out some of the sold prices for 9s and 10s. The Beatles and mono. That's pretty cool. We have Rolling Stone Some Girls, Silverchair Frog Stomp, David Bowie and Bing Crosby. Wow, we got some cool stuff here. And Paul also just brought us up another crate. Did he bring up 2 crates? Yeah, he brought up 2 crates here. Yep. All right, let's go through the next crate that was just brought up. He said he was working on some blues. Uh-oh. He found the rest of that South Carolina stuff, which we hadn't seen in a long time. So, okay, Kiss 22, Stevie Ray Vaughan 156, Stevie Ray Vaughan 10, and Clay Moore's at 25 on the Kiss cards. Yeah, we got a half crate here, and then we're going to go through. Has all the flip video stuff been pulled?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a couple waiting lists?
There were.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'll go through that crate. Let's go ahead and go through more vintage stuff on that. All right, so we have Jimmy Cliff, The Harder They Come. Jimmy Cliff is VG Plus, $17.99. Jimmy Cliff, The Harder They Come, VG Plus, $17.99. Dennis Brown, Foul Play. Dennis Brown, Foul Play. That's a VG, $9.99. Mr. James Brown, Getting Down to It. James Brown is VG Plus, $26.99. It's a 1969 U.S. press. It has a horrible label sticker here that might be hard to peel off and a sticker on the back. VG Plus on the vinyl, $26.99. That is a 69 U.S. press. We have Roy Ayers, You Send Me. Roy Ayers is a VG Plus, $14.99. Roy Ayers. And the Beatles' Yellow Submarine is the 2012 stereo remaster, EX condition, $26.99. Craig Thomas is first to JC, which is Jimmy Cliff. Stacy's at 28 on the Kiss card, so Clay, you are out. And Michael Nath has the Stevie Ray Vaughan card for 15. Final call on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Elvin Bishop, Strutting My Stuff. Elvin Bishop is VG Plus, $12.99. Arm Lazelle's first to Roy Ayers. And we have Bobby Blue Bland. Bobby Blue Bland is EX condition, $36.99. That's an original 63 US mono on Bobby Blue Band. Drifting from Town to Town, Jimmy Soul, and Johnny Guitar Watson. Wow, EX $36.99 on that. Next was that Roy Ayers? It was, to Arm Lazelle. Clay Moore's at 30 on Kiss. Kelly's at 16 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Ryan Anderson wants Bobby Blue Bland. Yes, John still works here at the store. Yes, he remains in the shadows, though. John just remains quietly back in the shadows. They price a lot of records, I know that, for us to have these shows every night. We have them both scheduled where some days they're both here, but we now have it figured out where either Paul or John's here every day pricing records, and hopefully into the hundreds so we can have these shows. So we put out a lot of merchandise every day to have these shows. Check this out. We probably could have stashed it away for Christmas, but let's bring it out now. A highly requested, highly desirable David Bowie and Bing Crosby, Peace on Earth, Little Drummer Boy. The limited edition, full-length, unedited, original version, OG. So this is from the UK, 1982. Has this gigantic label on it, which pretty much has a picture of Bowie and Crosby. And this is a $35 start. $35 start. And this has never been really reissued or repressed. So a lot of people ask for it too. A lot of people, especially come Christmas time. So Christmas in July, $35 start on that. Jeff McMaster's in. Michael Nath is out on the Stevie Ray Vaughan card. So Kelly Bagwell, by the way, this is in pristine condition. That is Kelly's for $19, going twice, going 3 times. And we have the Kiss cards. Stacy is at 35. Claymore, you are out. Claymore, you are out. We have 2 $45 bids on Bowie and Crosby, and now 50. Okay, no new claims out of here until I start showing some new stuff. Joe Cocker, VG Plus $16.99. Joe Cocker is VG Plus $16.99. Natalie Live is VG Plus $14.99. Now, I do have other cards in that set. I've got them grouped by band. I've got Iron Maiden. I've got Grateful Dead. I've got Pink Floyd. I've even got Anthrax. And I've even got Badlands. I've got Badlands trading cards. Whoa. I just got dizzy. Has anybody ever seen any Badlands trading cards? Whoa. Oh my gosh. I'll start selling some of these by sets in just a second, or by artist. We have Sam Cooke Sings the Billie Holiday Story. VG $14.99. Sam Cooke Sings the Billie Holiday Story. VG $14.99. And Eric Clapton Slow Hand. Eric Clapton Slow Hand. EX condition $31.99. Clay's out on the Kiss cards. Stevie Ray Vaughan has been out. No new bids on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Let's sell these. Kelly Bagwell gets SRV for $19. The Kiss cards are sold to Stacy. The Kiss cards are sold to Stacy for $35. And the high bid on Bowie and Crosby right now is $55. $55 right now on Bowie and Crosby. The James Cotton Band Live on the Move. EX condition $16.99. That's in shrink wrap. And we have Roy Ayers, Wayne Henderson, Step Into Our Life. That's EX condition $16.99. We also have Rodney Crowell, VG Plus $11.99 for Rodney Crowell. And yes, Fragile, VG Plus condition $16.99. It does have the book. 1841 Broadway address, gatefold, and that does have the really cool book with it as well. VG Plus $16.99. The BG, Spirits Having Flown, that's a VG $9.99. Craig Johnson wants Yes. That's sold to Craig. And the Rolling Stones, Undercover in shrink wrap. Undercovers in shrink wrap, EX $22.99. David Bowie was at 35, 45, 50. Jason Fornerat has it for 55. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice, Tanner. Tanner just asked me, could he bid? You can. Kind of up to you, though. Kind of up to you. It's up to you, Tanner. Let's see what I have here in this stack of greatness over here. Let's see. Where's everybody watching from tonight? Well, I do some sorting over here with some cards and also some records that I need to get ready for auction in this miscellaneous bin. Why don't everybody let me know where you're watching from across the United States? We'll see who has the furthest distance from 37087. That's our current zip code. We're at 37087 in Lebanon, Tennessee. We'll see who is the furthest distance from Lebanon. Let's see if we got Mr. Ricardo watching in Brazil. That would be pretty amazing if he still is. Let's see here. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Okay. What was next? Miscellaneous bin right here. Okay, we have Rush. Okay. Yes, this is what I was looking for. Aha. I got a couple unique things here. First is, yeah, these are very unique. We have our first Japanese record, I think, that's actually in Japanese. So this is actually Snow White singing in Japanese. So we figured we'd run across one before long, and here it is. It is a very nice copy. It is near mint and pristine. Near mint and pristine. Japanese vinyl, $35 start. It has this like insert with it. It's almost like a lithograph or very nice etching, or not etching, but a print. It does have some of the discoloration on the back, pretty much none on the front. Gatefold. I can read you the track list because underneath it has it in English. That says Overture, I'm Wishing, One Song with Smiling Song, Whistle While You Work, Hi Ho, Bloodle Buddle Dum, Silly Song, Someday My Prince Will Come, and the finale. That's a $35 start. Now, can I read it in Japanese? I could just make up stuff and it would sound like Japanese, but it wouldn't actually be in Japanese. $35 start on that. We'll call that Snow White. This is very unique. When I show this next, I'll have to explain it, but I've never seen anything like that before. I'll show what that is in just a second. Okay. Bowie, where are we at? Let me go back up to the top. James Bragg said RS. That was for Rolling Stones. James Bragg gets the Rolling Stones. John Leal was second. Sherry Martell was third. Brian C. was fourth. David Bowie, we were at $56. We have North Carolina, Alabama, David Bowie and Bing Crosby at $60. Gordonsville, Texas, Kentucky, North Carolina, West Virginia, Kentucky, Mississippi, Chattanooga, St. Louis, Southern California, Texas, Las Vegas, Washington State. That's a good bit away. Nebraska, Illinois, Kentucky, Maine, Mississippi, Virginia, Chad's House, Minnesota, New Jersey, Hawaii, Arizona, Texas, Florida. David Bowie's at $65 with Jeff McMaster. Cincinnati, Kentucky, Mississippi, Memphis, North Texas, South Carolina, Nashville. Bowie and Crosby, $70. Mississippi. Bowie and Crosby, $76. Now $79. Snow White, $35. New Jersey, Tennessee, and Kentucky. So right now, Washington State is winning. Washington State. Rare Earth in Concert, VG Plus, $19.99. The Cowsills, Captain Sad and His Ship of Fools, featuring the hit single Indian Lake Hype Sticker, VG Plus, $12.99. Junior Wells, It's My Life Baby, very cool. It's a VG Plus, $34.99. It's a 66 stereo, VG Plus, $34.99. And Michael Frank's The Art of Tea, VG Plus, $9.99. All right, so the David Bowie and Bing Crosby, Ra-Pum-Pa-Brum-Bum, the Little Drummer Boy, is at $79 with Jason Fornerat. Snow White's at $35 with Paul Brothers. And let's go through these one more time, like you don't worry. I actually don't keep up with where y'all live because I don't. Actually, there'll be a big cart of mail, and I'll kind of look at some of the addresses, and I'll be like, oh, I didn't know he lived in California. So yeah, now Doug, he could probably tell you where all of y'all live. He probably knows your exact address by memory by now. Out on David Bowie and final call on Snow White. Here's what's left in here. Dennis Brown, Mr. James Brown, The Beatles' Yellow Submarine, Elvin Bishop, Joe Cocker, Natalie Live, Sam Cooke Sings the Billie Holiday Story, Eric Clapton Slow Hand, James Carton Live on the Move, Roy Ayers and Wayne Henderson, Rodney Crowell, Bee Gees, Rare Earth in Concert, The Cowsills, Captain Sad, Junior Wells, It's My Life Baby, and Michael Franks. Paul Brothers gets the Snow White record for $35, and since we had multiple bidders on this, I just want to do a final call. Jason Fornerat has that for $79. Yes, and I was working on, the reason I had a distraction for y'all to read addresses is I was trying to get some of these cards sorted. And I think I had come up with the Motley Crue ones, and then I put them back in the stack. Let me find those one more time. I've also got Cinderella, and then I've got a couple other great auctions here to run. Also AC/DC, those are pretty cool. Yeah, let's do the Motley Crue ones first. We got Motley, 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 and Bon Jovi. Okay. I'll put all these in holders for you as well. I'll put all these in sleeves and holders for you. I got them loose right now. But this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these Motley Crue cards from this set. This is a $1 start. Nikki Sixx. There's a whole shot of the band. There's Vince Neil. He doesn't look like that anymore. There's a whole shot of the stage. Vince Neil, Motley Crue, and Nikki Sixx again. $1 start on those. $1 start on those. And I will put those in sleeves for you. Michael Church is watching from Jupiter. And Jason Fortnerat wants a Dr. Feelgood. All right, so we're going to sell this to Jason Fortnerat for $79. $79 on that. And let's grab him a reissue remaster of, speaking of Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. That was our last copy of Dr. Feelgood. That was our last copy of Dr. Feelgood, by the way. So let's grab a new crate. That is sold there. And Motley Crue's at $5. Motley Crue's at $5. David Polkey has the Motley Crue cards for $5. Okay, this is really unique. This is how we got it from our distributor. Greta Van Fleet, Anthem of the Peaceful Army. It's 2 copies that have been sealed together. So when this went through the assembly line to get shrink wrapped, there was 2 together and they got sealed together. So 2 Greta Van Fleets that got sealed together and it got through the factory line somehow. They're sealed. It does have a light crease up here on the corner. Probably something to do with probably the stress of the machine. But other than that, they're perfect. So 2 sealed copies together of Greta Van Fleet, Anthem of the Peaceful Army. So you got 2 brand new Greta Van Fleet albums. I feel like that's worth at least a $40 start. Make that $45 start. Addison was saying $1,000. 100, okay. 100 would be, I think, a good start too. But we're going to start at $45, Greta Van Fleet. Those albums individually are like $35 a piece. So, I mean, yeah, that's a really good start. $45, sealed Greta Van Fleet. I don't know if you want to keep them that way or do whatever you want to with them, but they're up for bid. Rod Wagner has them for $45. Motley Crue is at $6 and now $8. Do you have a Frampton Comes Alive in pristine? I do not have that. I will be on the lookout, though. Let's make a deal on the Doors in mono. Ryan, stick around and we'll do a deal on that. Greta Van Fleet. 2 sealed copies. 2 sealed copies. I also have this, which was not paid for. Can you believe it? This was not paid for. We're going to auction it. This is the newest Metallica album on the purple vinyl. And I think y'all remember this thing was extremely allocated. We had over 100 pre-orders and we only got 32 copies. Doug kept 1. I kept 1. We had 30 to sell. The first 30 who claimed 1 in the post got 1. And this one never did get paid for. We reached out several times. No luck. So, $40 start. This is the limited edition indie retail exclusive purple vinyl. Indie retail exclusive purple vinyl. $40 start on Metallica 72 Seasons. So that's going to be up for auction. Greta Van Fleet was at $45 and then $60. What Motley Crue? It's these trading cards. Motley Crue is at $8. It's this set come out in 1991. Yeah, it's called Rock Cards 1991. Motley Crue. It's these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think there was 8 of them there. So 3 auctions. Greta Van Fleet, Metallica, and Motley Crue. The Motley Crue cards are at $8 with David Polkey going once, going twice. And several bids on Greta Van Fleet and Metallica right off the bat. Let's go through a crate of our newest new vinyl very quickly. This will be a very quick rundown. Then I've got a crate of brand new vintage stuff that's never been shown before. So this is some of the newest new vinyl that we have in. Some great titles in here too. So I'm going to do a quick rundown. First, we have the Dandy Warhols. Welcome to the Monkey House. The Dandy Warhols is at $38.99. That's new and sealed, music on vinyl. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul, $69.99. Can you check messages from Michael Nath, or he may be watching? There were several he wanted. I was supposed to pull these and make a deal, a bundle deal on some of these here. So, okay, gotcha. So these are all available. Soul to Soul is $69.99. $69.99. That's a 2LP, 45 RPM. KC and the Sunshine Band, MoFi pressing, $36.99. A Very Special Christmas, $36.99. Overkill WFO, $33.99. Purple Rain is $31.99. Wham, the singles, $46.99 for Wham, the singles. Actually, Scott Smith may want this. He commented on a post. So tag that for Scott Smith. The Gold Experience, $38.99. Cake is $31.99. The Beach Boys Pet Sounds, $33.99. And Crowded House, the very best of Crowded House, $36.99. Okay, I got a lot of bidding to update on. First, Greta Van Fleet, the last bid I seen. This is 2 sealed copies. I want to let everybody know what this is. This is 2 sealed copies of Greta Van Fleet, Anthem of the Peaceful Army. They got sealed together accidentally. Angela Chesney was at $60. Next bid was for Metallica's. That was 40, 40, 45, 40, 40, 60. Shane Nunley was at 60 on Metallica, 65 on Metallica. Jeff Johnson bid 10 on the Motley Crue cards. So Jeff Johnson was at 10 on the Motley Crue cards. Shane Nunley, 66 on Metallica. Charlie DeFrank asked about Magical Mystery Tour. This is a $55 buy it now. $55 buy it now, Charlie DeFrank. And then after that, Lily McCurry wants a KC and the Sunshine Band. I figured these would be sold out by now. Harry Miller Jr. is at $47 on Greta Van Fleet, but we already have a $60 bid. Now we have a $65 bid with Mark Querum, Dandy Warhol's an original. This is a new reissue from Music on Vinyl. This came out yesterday. It's a new reissue from Music on Vinyl. The Dandy Warhols, Welcome to the Monkey House, $38.99. Mark Querum bid $65 on Greta Van Fleet. James Bragg says, can I buy the Magical Mystery Tour to your left? This is a $55 buy now. Right before you asked that, Charlie DeFrank asked about it. So this is going to be sold either to Charlie DeFrank or James Bragg for $55. Did I pull Tracy McFadden and KC and the Sunshine Band? I don't think I did. Yeah. I pulled one for Lillian. Here's one for Tracy McFadden. Tracy Miller wants Wham. Actually, give that one to Tracy Miller then. That Wham, Music from the Edge of Heaven. We'll need to put Scott on a waiting list. I think he wants one. Maybe he's watching. He can let us know. But go Tracy Miller.
Scott Smith?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't want one. He commented.
Okay. Not Scott Smith. Scott Fish.
Okay.
Scott Fish. Yes. So we'll figure that out. Either Tracy, you're going to get one, or we'll put you on a waiting list. I'll make sure Scott Fish does want one. Sorry, I got a lot of Scotts. Very common name. Beach Boys Pet Sounds. That's sold to Joe Sloop. Craig says he'll be right back. David's at 12 on the Motley Crue cards. Angela's out on Greta Van Fleet. And Chris Frazier asked if it was yellow. No, that is black vinyl. Black vinyl. That was me asked about the Magical Mystery Tour. I asked about it over an hour ago. Magical Mystery Tour does have the lyric insert and the booklet. Now, I'm thinking James is saying he may have asked about it before you earlier, Charlie DeFrank, and I didn't see it. It was up for auction originally 2 nights ago for $75. Then I put it up tonight for $55. It didn't get a bid, and it's been laying over here since. I'm not for sure who asked about it first. I know recently Charlie did, and then James, but James may have asked about it earlier, and I could have missed it. Let's do some final calls. Metallica is at $66 with Shane Nunley. That's the purple vinyl, new and sealed, final call. David Polkey is at 12 on the Motley Crue cards. And Greta Van Fleet is at 65 with Mark Querom, and Angela's out. So 65, going once, going twice. New bid on Metallica at 12. And Jeff Johnson, let me know if you're in or out on the Motley Crue cards. Back to the crate. That was busy. That's what happens when I put 3 auctions up instead of 2. Black Flag, slip it in. I got 3 of those left for $36.99. Last copy of the Tool Unofficial Stranglehold. That is $44.99, the Kalamazoo broadcast. Last copy of Stevie Ray Vaughan and Robert Cray, $34.99. And Janis Joplin, Janis, $44.99. Janis Joplin, Janis, $44.99. Gloria Estefan, Cuts Both Ways, $38.99. Last copy of Dwight Yoakam, Swimming Pools, Movie Stars, etc. Excuse me, we have 2 of those left, $29.99. Dwight Yoakam, $29.99. Nirvana is $36.99. We have Lightning Hopkins, Soul Blues, $49.99. Get the Knack, $46.99. Dave Matthews Band Crash was $38.99. Neil Young, Harvest Moon. I think Tanzim, Tanzim, Jazim. Yeah, he wants that. And we have Grateful Dead, Anthem of the Sun, $29.99. Walter Savage wants Dwight Yoakam. I'm out of breath. I don't know about y'all, but I am out of breath. Arthur Prosser is at $70 on Metallica. Shane's out, so that's a final call. Metallica, $70. Greta Van Fleet has 2 new bids, $66 and now $70. Motley Crue cards have a new bid for $15.
These are what sold out on the flip video.
Okay. And Greg Rogers also wants a Dwight Yoakam. So Tanner, dear, since we've been live, Tanner went through the flip video and just wanted to confirm that Luke Mitchell got the Miles Davis, Jack Johnson. Luke Mitchell, that was sold to you. Michael Potts on a waiting list. I'm pretty sure he was on a waiting. He was also on that video. Kings of Leon went to Joe Musser. Eric Fisher, we got you down for Incubus Crow, Left of the Murder. William Simmons got Incubus Science. Scott Fairchild got The Very Best of ELO. And we had a lot of people claim Depeche Mode. I think we now have a waiting list for Depeche Mode Music for the Masses, $31.99. Okay, David's out on Motley Crue. New bid on Greta Van Fleet, so I think we can go ahead and say these are almost done. Metallica and the Motley Crue cards. Motley Crue 15 and the Metallica is at 70. And Greta Van Fleet's at 80, but they're still bidding on that. And Soul Blues. Yes, this is a single LP, 33 1/3, 100% analog masters of Lightning Hopkins Soul Blues, $49.99. Jason Fortnerad also wants on the Depeche Mode. I think there was 2 people on a waiting list from the flip video as well. So, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul, KC and the Sunshine Van, A Very Special Christmas, Overkill, Purple Rain, that has an R in it, not a W, The Gold Experience, Prince, Cake, Fashion Nugget, The Beach Boys, Pet Sounds, The Very Best of Crowded House, The Dandy Warhols, Black Flag, Tool, Stevie Ray Vaughan and Robert Cray, Janis Joplin, Gloria Estefan, Nirvana, The Knack, Soul Blues, Lightning Hopkins, and Dave Matthews, Crash. Track list on KC. I really like side 1. I'll read off the tracks on that for sure. Let It Go. That's the way I like it. Get Down Tonight and Boogie Shoes. That's all on side 1. That's a great side. Plus on MoFi. I need to set one of these aside. I think I have one of those put away. The last time we got those in, maybe a long time ago, but I don't know if I do or not. Jerry Stone wants KC and the Sunshine Band, and he wants the Grateful Dead Anthem of the Sun. Mark Querom was at 85 on Greta Van Fleet. Let's go ahead and sell the Motley Crue cards. Tanner, we need to put those in some sleeves. I'll lay them right here. Those are sold to Jeff Johnson for $15. And Metallica is sold to Shane, to Arthur Prosser. Shane was out. Arthur Prosser has that for $70. This is a prime example of why you need to be in our group, and whenever you see a pre-order up, if you think you're remotely interested, you need to reserve it. And that's why I reply to everybody. You'll see me reply to comments number 1, number 2, number 3, number 32, number 57. That's just in case. Worst case scenario, something like this happens, and they do a limited, truly limited edition pressing, and they say they're not going to print anymore, and they pull the barcode, and they don't make any more, then it's definitely going to go up, especially with somebody like Metallica. So that is sold. So that's why I say please get in there. Now, also, that's terrible for everybody else that doesn't get one. But sometimes these things are pretty limited. I ordered 150. I ordered 150 or 200 of those because I knew we could sell them. And I only ended up with 32 of them. Highly allocated for the way we normally get shipments. How much on KC? $36.99. KC and the Sunshine Band was $36.99. SRV, the only SRV left in here is Soul to Soul, which is a 2LP 45 RPM from Analog Productions, and also this Live Unofficial with Robert Cray, which is $34.99. Another KC, please. We'll send Okay, so Lily McCurry wants another KC in the Sunshine Band, and so does Julianne Roman. Julianne Roman. Now they're selling. The other night I showed them, and I said I got 10 copies, and we sold 0. I was getting worried. I was like, usually we've auctioned off KC and the Sunshine Band before. It's I mean, he was a multi-platinum seller, I guess, but we just don't see him too often for some reason. None of his stuff's in print either. Great dance music. Everybody loves Boogie Shoes. Even the pride of the Southland Marching Band up in Knoxville, Go Vols. They play that like they play the Boogie Shoes. The horns hit that like on. They play it randomly. When they're playing it, I know what it is, but. So, do you have any more Jack Johnson and Miles Davis? No, we have a waiting list for that, and we have a Miles Davis waiting list for Jack Johnson. Yeah, Jack Johnson. That's a waiting list. The Cult Ceremony that's reissuing. Yes, I need to post a pre-order for that. Jackie Reynolds wants KC. Okay, KC. Greg's bought into. All right, so we got 2 more KC and the Sunshine Band sold. KC and the Sunshine Band, 1, 2. I probably need to keep this other one, but I'll say I have 1 left, even though I probably need to keep that last one. So, update on Greta Van Fleet. Mark Quarum's at $85. Chris Frazier, let me know if you're in or out. Mark Quarum has that for $85. Joe Locke says he'll take a KC and the Sunshine Band. That was our last copy. I need to make a note to order more of those. And something else we just sold out of, I need to order more. Dr. Feelgood, if we can make notes. Dr. Feelgood and KC and the Sunshine Band. 10 copies. They finally sold. Next auction is Silverchair Frog Stomp. This is the 2008 Record Store Day? I don't think this is Record Store Day, is it? SRC, what's that say? Blue and green yellow with etching. $55 start. Silverchair Frog Stomp. Silverchair Frog Stomp. Let's see what we have here. Blue and red split vinyl. And then green and yellow with a frog etching. Very cool. Silverchair Frog Stomp, $55 start. Great album. I used to have crates full of them. I think they're still available, music on vinyl, but I hadn't seen it in stock for a while. Of course, my favorite here, Tomorrow. That's a $55 start. Barry Paul says that says 2008. 2018... Oh, that's red. Okay. 2018 red and blue and green, yellow with etching. Thank you, Paul. Sorry, you probably read that. I'm just not, or you probably wrote that legibly. I'm just not taking enough time to actually read it. Okay. Chris is out on Greta Van Fleet. So the 2 sealed Greta Van Fleets, final call, $85. Silverchair, $55, now $60. Now, if you do want a black vinyl copy of 72 Seasons, that original order we have 5 copies left. We have 5 copies left of 72 Seasons on black vinyl. If anybody wants one, they're $39.99. That is black vinyl. That is black vinyl on those. So, all right. I know we have some Bon Jovi fans. We sold the Motley Crue cards. How about some Bon Jovi cards? I like this one right here with Richie Sambora. Wanted Dead or Alive. This is a $1 start for these as well. $1 start for these. We have Richie Sambora. There's John Bon Jovi. Also Tico Torres. Is that how you say his last name? There's another one of his, the drummer. There's Richie Sambora again. Another Bon Jovi. Another Richie Sambora. David Bryan looks like they're on keys. And Alec John Such looks like on bass. So that's the Motley Crue, that's the Bon Jovi cards from that set. $1 start on those. I'm going to lay those right on top of the Frog. And let's go ahead and sell the Greta Van Fleet. That is sold to Mark Querum, $85. The 2 sealed Greta Van Fleet. Kind of an error pressing. So we got Silverchair, we got cards. Let's put up one more auction. Let's put up one more auction before we continue. Now, I was selling these on Discogs. This album is out of stock. This is Rush Signals, 180 gram. This is a very desirable pressing. The 200 gram, I guess, are extremely desirable. But when these came back in stock as 180 gram, we sold a ton of them here. But then we were also selling them on Discogs, I think, for $69.99. $69.99. And I'm probably sure we probably could list that one on there. I'm going to auction it off. If y'all want it, this was a non-payment. A lot of people have been asking for this. Rush Signals, $55 start. That's new and sealed, 180 gram. I cannot tell you how great that sounds by my words. You have to buy it yourself. Silverchair, we had 60, 61, 64, and 66. The Elvis sold for $475, I believe. Roy Ayers, feeling good. New vintage arrivals. Roy Ayers, feeling good. $19.99. Philip Bailey, Chinese Wall. Philip Bailey is $11.99. That has Easy Lover on it with Phil Collins. George Benson, Blue Benson. George Benson, $14.99. Blue Benson. The London Chuck Berry Sessions. London Chuck Berry Sessions is $19.99. We have Blue Note 86, a new generation of jazz. That is $14.99 with Stanley Jordan, Bobby McFerrin, and others. That's $14.99. Tony Brown Band, Prisoners in Paradise, $12.99. George Buchanan wants the Philip Bailey. That's sold to George Buchanan, Philip Bailey. The Bon Jovi cards, Sherry Martell is at $1. We're going to really let these sell for $1. Sherry Martell has these for $1. She's probably like, I hope they do. That's at $1, going twice, going 3 times to Sherry. That's on the Bon Jovi cards. Silverchair, we was at 64, 66, and Paul bills out. So 66 on Silverchair. And Rush Signals is a $55 start if anybody wants in on that. I don't think there was anything before that. We have Jeff McMaster on the Tony Brown Band. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. Jackson Browne, The Pretender, $19.99 on Jackson Browne, The Pretender. That's a near mint UK copy. Very nice looking on The Pretender. Tom Brown, Brown Sugar. That is sealed. Sealed copy, $16.99. Tom Brown, Brown Sugar. And Playing for Keeps, Big Twist and the Mellow Fellows. I believe that's what that says. $11.99. Big Twist and the Mellow Fellows. $11.99 on that. Roy Ayers and Poo Poo La La. That is $11.99. Promo single. Gold stamp promo on the back of that jacket. $11.99. Nirvana's Nevermind. 180 gram reissue. $26.99 for Nirvana's Nevermind. Tommy Flowers on Big. That's Big Twist and the Mellow Fellas. Sold to Tommy Flowers. And we have John Mayer Continuum. Is this music on vinyl? $34.99. John Mayer Continuum. I don't think it's music on vinyl, but most of them are that I see. $34.99. John Mayer Continuum. $34.99. 2LP gatefold. 2018. Land of Fruits and Nuts. She is completely nude. Thank you for the sticky notes. This is $34.99. There is no holding back on this one. If you were to look underneath those sticky notes, you will get a surprise. This is $34.99. It's got some interesting titles here too. Wow, that is interesting. That's called Land of Fruits and Nuts, $34.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is $22.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $22.99. And The Killers, Sam's Town, picture disc, $26.99. Featuring the great song When You Were Young, $26.99. Okay. Wow, I don't know if I've ever sold an auction for $1. $1. Sherry Martell, Bon Jovi cards. I'm going to start these lots at $5 next time. Sherry Martell. Hey, she bid and she won it. That's sold to her for $1. And Silverchair is sold to James Bragg for $66. A few more dollars on that one. That's sold to James Bragg for $66. And if anybody wants Rush Signals, $55 buy it now. I'll put it over here with Metallica. $55 buy it now on Rush Signals. Sherry, $1. That's sold to you. The Who's Next is a 2015 remaster. $24.99 on the Who's Next. And The Head and the Heart, Signs of Light, $21.99. The Head and the Heart, Signs of Life, $21.99. Coming up next in our vintage Japanese bin, or in our auction bin in general, we have, actually, let me add these over here. We have Top Gun, Japanese pressing, which is near mint and pristine. $35 start for Top Gun. This is a near mint and pristine Japanese pressing, a perfect copy. Very nice vinyl, near mint minus we'll call it. It has the Japanese insert, and this is the original soundtrack. There's Maverick, there's Goose, there's Val Kilmer, there's Berlin, Take My Breath Away. There's a fighter jet. Danger Zone, $35 start on Top Gun soundtrack. Val Kilmer. That man has played some pretty incredible roles, including Jim Morrison in the Oliver Stone film, The Doors. All right, I'm going to actually add, I had some stuff over here I priced last night. Let me add this. Let me add this batch to this crate. I just replenished the bin. John Smetzer's at $35 on Top Gun. We have a new bid on that. And I think I've got another auction in here. I've got a stained Break the Cycle. I got a low number Cherry Pie. I got an original Warrant Music on Vinyl, the first press. Another original Warrant first press on Music on Vinyl. And I have a couple check condition. We have a check condition Jackson's Destiny. Yeah, Doc Holliday. He's played, what an actor, Val Kilmer. He's played Doc Holliday, Iceman, Jim Morrison. What was he in the other day I was watching? He was in something else. Maybe a movie with Harrison Ford. The Jackson's Destiny. This has a fillable mark on side B. Where is that fillable mark? Right here. Side A, it has a light fillable mark right here. Just FYI. We're only going to start it for $10. This is the Jackson's Destiny. There will be Batman. That's the other big role. Yeah, Batman. Wow. He's played some... Wow. $10 start on the Jackson's Destiny. So, will that affect the play too much? Maybe a light click. So 95% of this record is near mint and pristine Japanese vinyl. $10 start on that. $10 start on the Jackson's Destiny. So $35 on Top Gun, looking for a $10 start on that. We have The Song Remains the Same, $69.99. This is a Japanese pressing. So near mint and pristine Japanese vinyl. The cover does have some foxing on it. It is a very nice Japanese pressing, $69.99 on Led Zeppelin. The Song Remains the Same. Peter Gabriel. We have a few records that are U.S. pressings from Japan. A U.S. pressing from Japan. In shrink wrap, $34.99. In shrink wrap, $34.99. Peter Gabriel. So I think y'all have seen these before. These U.S. pressings we get from Japan are immaculate. This is one of them. That's sold to Joe Sloop, Peter Gabriel. Heist Gangster. Yes, that's the one. He was in the movie Heat, and that wasn't Harrison Ford. That was, well, Al Pacino's in it, but I forgot somebody else too. George Buchanan is second on Peter Gabriel. Van Halen, $44.99. Pristine. This is a U.S. pressing we got from Japan with hype sticker, OG, original inner sleeve. It's flawless. $44.99 on Van Halen 1984. Near mint in shrink wrap. The Pet Shop Boys, a Red Letter Day, $49.99. Pet Shop Boys, a Red Letter Day on red vinyl. And this is from late 97, maybe. $49.99. And this is something we don't get too often. I meant to pull this for auction. Let me actually do that. What can we sell? Let's sell Top Gun for $35. That's sold to, actually, no, we had a new bid on that. John Smetzer was at 35. Sherry's at 36. Sherry's at 10 on the Jacksons. Let's go ahead and sell the Jacksons. That's sold for $10 to Sherry Martell. $10 on the Jacksons. Let's go ahead and sell George Buchanan, the Van Halen. That's sold to George Buchanan. And George Buchanan also wants Pet Shop Boys. So George Buchanan got those two. That's sold to Sherry Martell for $10. This is an extremely difficult Three Dog Night album. I debated keeping it. Once again, it's one of those deals. I don't know what I have in my personal collection. I'm pretty sure I don't have this, but I'm going to turn it over to somebody tonight. This is the band nude cover from 1970 of Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy. I'm in no hurry to sell this because it's kind of like the toilet cover with the mamas and papas. We'll have 5,000 copies of these, and there'll only be 0 of these. But this is the original cover of Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy, which was this odd nude cover of them. They're not really, I guess they are nude, but the vinyl, I think, is VG Plus. Yeah, VG Plus vinyl. Has one crease up here in the cover. That's $125 start. $125 start, Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy. $125 on that. Sherry's out on Top Gun. John has that for $37. Final call on that. Next is a really nice copy of the Traveling Wilburys, $49.99. Original inner sleeve, USOG of the Traveling Wilburys, $49.99. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. I actually listened to this. It is near mint minus. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. That's $34.99. George Buchanan's on a roll. He gets the 3rd one in a row with Traveling Wilburys. And I think I showed this the other night. I never did have it down in a crate because I had just got done listening to it. And this is Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2 with the insert and the original lyric booklet. $34.99. I think either last night or tonight, he played his last concert ever. He played his last concert ever last night in Sweden. He says he is retired permanently, no more shows. I got to see him twice on this same tour. He's been on the Goodbye Yellow Brick Road tour for about 5 years now. So he went around once, then he went around again, and I think he's going around a 3rd time right now through Europe. So second on Traveling Wilburys is Greg Rogers, but Brian Miller says he will take the Janis Joplin. Let's go ahead and sell Top Gun to John Smetzer. That's sold to John Smetzer for $37. And Scott Westskittle said he'll take the Elton John. That's sold to Scott Westskittle. So Three Dog Night is $125 start. That's the original band nude cover of It Ain't Easy. Dolly Parton, Mine, $24.99. This is a Pickwick pressing. $24.99. I don't get that one too often. Now, some of Dolly's albums were either originally only released on Camden, and then they were reissued very quickly by Pickwick after that. So some of these, you won't really see on the RCA label. This may be one of them, but very clean. It is a Pickwick pressing. Dolly's just $24.99. Reach Out of the Darkness, Friend and Lover. That is $9.99. These are all records that this little batch here, I cleaned and test played and listened and checked most of these myself, starting with the first one, and I think that was the last one. No, I got one more. This is $6.99. It's Chicago. The vinyl is kind of damaged. It's playable, but it has some of those gassing marks on it. But this has the poster and the iron-on transfer. I figured that was worth $6.99. The vinyl is kind of damaged, but it does have the original inserts. It has the poster and the iron-on transfer, $6.99. That's Chicago, and that is Chicago 5, 6, 7, 8. Chicago 8, $6.99. Too many great bands, I know. Elton John's retired. Aerosmith's about to start up their farewell tour. Kiss is on their last leg, they say. People's like, they'll tour again. I was like, well, they are in their 70s, so anything could happen. I hope they all stay alive forever, but they are in their 70s. Addison said Taylor Swift will tour until... Taylor Swift has a lot of more touring left in her. She'll be touring for a while, so if you didn't see her on this go-around, she'll be around for a while. She'll be She's got plenty of gigs to play. She's got a lot of gigs to play. And oh yes, the Eagles. Yes, the Eagles announced they were retiring. They're done touring. So Tommy Flowers on Chicago 8. That's so to Tommy Flowers. Yes, the Eagles. Okay. I have more auctions to put up, but let me go ahead and finish the rest of this bin. We have, or I'll show a few more. This is $21.99, 2021 green vinyl. I hope Paul McCartney never retires. I hope he tours again. I'll go see him as long as he can come out. If he comes out with a crutcher, I guess I would, or on crutches, or a walker, I meant, in a wheelchair. Yeah, 21.90. As long as he's out there, I'd go see him, even if they're just playing his music and he's sitting there. Bobby Bland, tell Mr. Bland, and it would still probably cost $1,000 to go see him. Bobby Bland, tell Mr. Bland, that's $14.99. We have Stanley Clarke, Journey to Love, $14.99. $14.99. Stanley Clarke, Journey to Love, $14.99. Ryan Anderson wants Bobby Bland. Bobby Bland. We have Mystic Voyage, Roy Ayers, Ubiquity. That is $34.99. That's a 1975 Monarch. $34.99. 83. Ringo, yes. I'd like to see him again. I saw him at the Ryman. Him and Paul both look like they're in tip-top shape. So, Tom Brown's Tommy Gun. Tom Brown's Tommy Gun. That is $12.99. Blues Collection. Blues Collection, Big Joe Turner, Johnny Otis, Eddie Cleanhead Vinson, Niles Jones, and Big Daddy Rucker. That is sealed. $19.99. Blues Collection, $19.99. George Benson, Benson Burner. The Benson Burner. That is $17.99. Who was on green vinyl? The green vinyl was Phoebe Bridgers and Rob Moose, Copycat Killer. I don't know if I really even shown that, did I? $21.99. 2021 green vinyl, $21.99. Bloodstone, Natural High. Bloodstone is $14.99. Natural High. Now, we'd all be happy if Led Zeppelin would do a farewell tour, right? Could you imagine? Tomorrow morning, an announcement. Robert Plant has finalized negotiations for a 50-stop world tour, Led Zeppelin. Oh my gosh. I would be doing backflips live on Facebook. Rachel Christopher on Phoebe. Charlie DeFrank on the Blues Collection. So Rachel got the Phoebe Bridgers. Charlie DeFrank got the Blues Collection. Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, and Steve Stills Super Session. That is $14.99 for the Super Session. $14.99 Super Session. $14.99. Coldwell Winfield Blues Band, Cold Wind Blues. That is $16.99. Yes, you can play a gassed record. It'll probably have some very, very light noise when you listen to it. This is Frank Sinatra. It's Nelson Riddle, original score from Come Blow Your Horn. Come Blow Your Horn, Frank Sinatra, Nelson Riddle. That is a white label promo, $14.99. $14.99. Led Zeppelin live at Coletco parking lot. Could you imagine? The entire I-40 corridor would be shut down. Norman Connors, This Is Your Life. Norman Connors, This Is Your Life. That is sealed, $19.99. Norman Connors, This Is Your Life. Sam Cooke is $19.99. This is in shrink wrap. Sam Cooke, also starring Charlie Francis, Premier label. That's a Sam Cooke compilation, $19.99. And the Chicago String Band. The Chicago String Band is the original 1966 U.S. press. Chicago String Band, $29.99. In shrink wrap, $29.99. That's an original 66 U.S. press. And the James Cotton Band, 100% cotton. This is $14.99. The James Cotton, 100% cotton on Buddha Records, $14.99. And we also have the Shy-Lights Greatest Hits. Shy-Lights Greatest Hits, $14.99. Stanley Clarke, Modern Man. Stanley Clarke is $14.99. Led Zeppelin twice. That's somebody, I don't run across a lot of people who have seen Led Zeppelin live, just like I haven't found many people who've seen Jimi Hendrix in concert or Janis Joplin. So those are hard people to run across. I always like asking people, have you ever seen Led Zeppelin? Have you ever seen Hendrix? Did you ever see the original Cream? So, let's see. Okay, let's run through that one more time. Let's start some new auctions. We've got, what did Paul pull over here for us? We have a Rolling Stone Some Girls and a Beatles Mono Masters. So we have the Rolling Stone Some Girls. This is the first cover. This is the true first cover. It's kind of black and white with the unaltered faces. It has a little bit of cover residue there. VG Plus condition, $55 start. VG Plus condition, $55 start on the Rolling Stone Some Girls. 100% OG US. This is the Beatles in mono. So I posted a flip video. Eddie Passir just asked about it. Those are right here behind me. If you have any requests out of those, I may can find them. But as of right now, we're probably not going to price a lot of that and have it ready until Monday, Eddie. Paul pulled out a few from this collection and went ahead and marked them. But for the most part, we're going to have that crate ready on Monday. That was from a purchase we made. I don't have any of them marked. So, okay, this is a Beatles. It's not I thought it was the Beatles Mono Masters. This is the Beatles White Album in mono. This is the 2014 mono press with the photos and posters. It is in mono, the Beatles in mono. This is a $95 start. Gatefold, the Beatles White Album in mono. Very beautiful. Has sticker here on the front, 180 gram. Cut from the original master tapes. And it's a top loader just like the original. $95 start. It's also serial numbered. I don't know if that's like a replica serial number, but near mint all the way around. $95 start on the Beatles White Album in mono. $95 start on that. George Buchanan's at $55 on the Stones. George Buchanan's at $95 on the White Album. Here's what we have left in here. We have Roy Ayers, Feeling Good. We have George Benson, Blue Benson. The London Chuck Berry Sessions. Blue Note 86. Blue Note 86. A New Generation of Jazz. Jackson Browne, The Pretender. Tom Brown, Brown Sugar. Nirvana, Nevermind. Roy Ayers, Poo Poo La La. This was John Mayer, Continuum. Land of Fruits and Nuts. Fleetwood Mac, Rumors. The Killers, Sam's Town Picture Disc. The Who's Next. The Head and the Heart. Led Zeppelin, Song Remains the Same, Japanese pressing. Dolly Parton, Nevermind. Dolly Parton, Mine. Nirvana, Nevermind was $26.99. $26.99 on Nevermind. Reach Out of the Darkness, Friend and Lover. Stanley Clarke, Journey to Love. Mystic Voyage, Roy Ayers, Ubiquity. Tom Brown's Tommy Gun. Bloodstone, Natural High. George Benson, Benson Burner. Super Session. Colwell Winfield Blues Band, Cold Wind Blues. Kenny Cates Jr. said he will take the Nirvana. Final call on these two, $55 on the Stones and $95 on the Beatles White Album in mono. Frank Sinatra, Norman Connors, Sam Cooke, Chicago String Band, James Cotton Band, the Shylots, and Stanley Clarke. How much were the Roy Ayers? I will let you know right now. Roy Ayers, Feeling Good, is $19.99. Gatefold, original inner sleeve, near mint minus. That is $19.99. We had George Benson, Chuck Berry, the Blue Note Comp, Jackson Browne, Tom Brown, and then the 12-inch single was $11.99. That was Poo Poo La La. That was $11.99. Price on the Blue Note Comp, Blue Note 86 was $14.99. Blue Note 86 is $14.99. How much on Bloodstone? Bloodstone was right in here for Marco Villavenicio. Bloodstone Natural High, $14.99. Blue London label. Condition on Poo Poo La La. I think at this point people's just trying to get me to say that. This is near mint. It's a promo. $11.99. It does say demonstration, not for sale. Marco says he'll take Bloodstone natural high. Anybody else? We're about to end these two auctions. Okay. Get my neck adjusted here. What was the Sam's Town's picture disc? Sam's Town picture disc. That was $26.99. Limited edition picture disc with fold-out poster. Scott West Skittle said, I'll take the Blue Note. Blue Note comp sold to Scott West Skittle. Let me pull that for, what happened to it? Did I move it up front? Sometimes I keep them in the back after they're asked about. Sometimes I keep them up front. There it is. That's sold to Scott. And then the last. Was there another Roy Ayers? Yes. Mystic Voyage. That was $34.99. $34.99. Near mint. That's a 75 Monarch press. Okay, let's sell these to George Buchanan. Some Girls was $55, and the Beatles was $95. Both to George Buchanan, $55 and $95 on those. They are gone and sold. Gone and sold. Tanner said goodbye. They're going to George. Let's see. Let's grab a new crate. I might want to go through one of these crates back here. Let's see. Actually, what I'll do, I'll grab these and just put them in this crate. Let's go through this crate here, see what we got. All right, Saturday night, 9:37. We have 193 viewers. Fantastic. Let's see what else we can come up with. This crate here has the following. This has, oh, my phone wants to get down there with Metallica. It is very early. We got a lot of stuff to show, including Buy It Now Best Offer, on sale. I got an on sale. What do I have here behind the counter? I got an on sale crate behind the counter, and I got another crate that says miscellaneous. So let's see what we have here. First is Avenged Sevenfold Nightmare. That's on blue vinyl, $36.99. Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, 2LP, 100% analog masters from Analog Productions, $69.99. Audio Slave, $36.99. Audio Slave is $36.99. Nevermind was definitely pressed by Palace. That's one of the best sounding records you can get is the Palace pressing of Nevermind. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? 2LP, $44.99. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou soundtrack. There's another Audio Slave self-titled. Riot Metal Health, $44.99. Disturbed, The Sickness, $29.99. Genesis Invisible Touch is $29.99. Now 80s Alternative is $56.99. Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2, $44.99. Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy, includes Werewolves of London, and that's on limited edition glow-in-the-dark red vinyl, $28.99. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2, or Use Your Illusion 1. We also have Use Your Illusion 2, $49.99. ZZ Top's first album is $31.99. And The Essential, Experience Hendrix, the very best of Jimi Hendrix, and that's $29.99. Hard Rock Heretics is a colored vinyl compilation for $28.99. Yes, I'll take it's a grilled chicken club. It's like grilled chicken and it has bacon and cheese on it. That sounds delicious. Yes. And tea. Yes. Wow, we're taking out food orders. It's like Chick-fil-A. Yes, I'll take some Chick-fil-A. That was Ken Crooker gets the Hard Rock Heretics. Metal Church is $44.99. ZZ Top first vintage or repress. This is a repress. This is $31.99. No, the Cars is still available. It's $54.99. What was the price on Iron Maiden? Which one? We auctioned off the copy of Number of the Beast. The Stooges Funhouse, $31.99. David Bowie Low is $28.99. One of our last copies of Black Flag Damage, $33.99. The Oingo Boingos is Good for Your Soul, $29.99. And also Oingo Boingo Nothing to Fear, $28.99. Tom Waits Closing Time, $34.99. Dwight Yoakam Blame the Vein, $33.99. Queens of the Stone Age, that is on black vinyl. So I want to update everybody. I can probably go ahead and sell some right now. This is on black vinyl. I've got 8 copies secured and shipped on silver vinyl. I've got silver vinyl, Queens of the Stone Age, silver vinyl, $46.99, their new album. I have not got to show this live. It's been out for like 2 weeks now. It has been so hard to get on black vinyl, colored vinyl, green vinyl, red vinyl. It's on about 5 different colors. If anybody wants a copy of silver vinyl, it will be next week. Or you can claim this one here live, $46.99. Number of the Beast. Did I just show an Iron Maiden? No, John, what happened was, that was the thumbnail image. And you probably clicked on our live feed, and then it buffered and it looked like it went away. But that's what I was holding up as soon as we went live, so it would be the thumbnail image. So that's what happened. That record sold at auction about an hour ago for $111. I do have new copies of that album. I do have new copies, but the OG sold at auction. Ian wants Tom Waits and my price on Black Label Society Mafia. I got 2 copies left of Black Label Society Mafia. That's 2 LP on red vinyl, $39.99. New order, right? Yes, new order, $39.99. I never can remember the name of this. It's not Fact 75, but new order is $39.99. Power Corruption, maybe? I can never remember the name of that one. Frank Zappa's $26.99, and the Lost Boys soundtrack on red vinyl, $39.99. Bob Riger said sold on Mafia. That's sold to Bob Riger. Power, Corruption, Lies. That's it. And Dwight Yoakam is $33.99. $33.99. Power, Corruption, and Lies. Any Street Survivors? Yes, I've got Street Survivors. I got some more cards to put up for auction. I'll do that in just a second. Street Survivors is $34.99. Street Survivors is $34.99. Okay, it's Saturday night. I'm ready to put some stuff, buy it now, best offer, aka on sale now. That means I need to find a crate to go through. I may have to step to the back to get one, or maybe I didn't finish going through these the other night. I'll probably need to step to the back and go through some. Use Your Illusion 1. Ian needs to put Tom Waits back, and Use Your Illusion 1 was $49.99. Alan Jonathan will take a Street Survivors. Okay. Okay, buy it now, Japanese. Yeah, actually, I was going to do that. Let me do some sorting. That's over here on this other side on the rack. Okay. This is, let me make sure, I may need to pull just 1 or 2 out, but I've never done this before, but I think I have compiled a Japanese bin that I'm going to do for the first time like this. It's kind of a Japanese blowout bin, and everything is going to be $19.99. David, I'm glad you asked that. I have been pulling stuff out for a while and auction it, but let's go through this. There's Streets. So this was put back by Ian. If anybody wants that, it is the Half Speed Master colored vinyl, $34.99. Alan Jonathan, there's your Street Survivors. But what we're going to do here, and I don't do this too often, I've got an entire bin of Japanese records that are going to be $19.99. And I hope when this thing is done that a big chunk of them are gone, maybe all of them. But we're about to find out. I also got some Poison trading cards. Let's do these. I got a lot here. Let's go ahead and do these. Bret Michaels. Who have we auctioned? I know we've done Stevie Ray Vaughan, Bon Jovi. We have Bret Michaels, Ricky Rocket, C.C. DeVille, Bobby Dahl, Bret Michaels, Bobby Dahl, or Dow, one of the two, C.C. DeVille. There's a whole shot of the band, and there's a Ricky Rocket. That's a $5 start on that. $5 start. All right, so everything in here is $19.99. There is some great deals. There's some great deals in here. Let's see what we have. First is Rick James, The Flag. Rick James is $19.99. If I don't say otherwise, then they're near mint and pristine Japanese pressings. Okay, if I don't say otherwise, they are near mint and pristine Japanese pressings. Jeff Bergman's at 5 on the Poison cards. Rick James, $19.99. I have multiple copies of Culture Club color by numbers, near mint and pristine Japanese pressings with obi. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 copies of that. They're all near mint and pristine. These are all $19.99. Asia is in shrink wrap with obi and hop sticker, $19.99. Mel Webster on Culture Club, and so is Brandon Jackson. Those are sold and sold. I got 2 left. These are all $19.99, Tanner. Asia, ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $19.99 on that. And then ABBA Vulu Vei, and that's a Japanese pressing. No obi. No obi on that one. Modern Romance Adventures in Clubland, that's $19.99. And Jeff Beck Flash, near mint and pristine Japanese pressing, shrink wrap and obi, $19.99. Poison, the Poison cards are at $5. Final call on those to Jeff Bergman. Planet P, $19.99. This is Planet P, I guess self-titled. $19.99 on Planet P. There's 2 more, ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. So I now have 3 of those available. ABBA's Greatest Hits, ABBA's Greatest Hits, ABBA's Greatest Hits. Brian C. on Jeff Beck. Some of these are great deals, like the Jeff Beck that Brian C. just got. These are $19.99. Heck, if you try to go online and buy any of these from Japan, most Japanese shipments, 1 LP is like $18. I've seen as much as $28 shipping for 1 LP from Japan. You're pretty much paying the shipping cost for these. Great deals. So Brian C. got Jeff Beck. These are all $19.99. Next is Joe Locke on an ABBA's Greatest Hits. So that the Joe Locke and Scott Westskittle wants the Planet P. $19.99 for everything in here. Go West. Go West is $19.99. Self-titled Go West. Toto Isolation in shrink wrap. $19.99 on Toto. Earth, Wind, and Fire Electric Universe. That's $19.99. Buster Live, The Buster Live, $19.99 on that one. Steve Miller Band, Italian X-Rays. Steve Miller Band, Italian X-Rays, $19.99. Another ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Let me put that back there with those. Another Culture Club, Color by Numbers. That's $19.99. David Johnson wants the Steve Miller Band. These are all $19.99. Hall & Oates, H2O. This one's VG Plus with a loose obi. VG Plus with a loose obi. That's $19.99 on that one. Randy Scarborough on CC, Culture Club, sold to Randy Scarborough. These are all $19.99. The Rolling Stone Still Life, great deal on that one. $19.99, Rolling Stone Still Life. We have another Hall & Oates. That one is near mint and pristine, so you'll probably take that one over the other, right? So there's 2 copies of that. That one's near mint and pristine. The Rolling Stones is sold to Michael Nath. Sherry Martell was second. Brandon Jackson was third. Roger Ramjet. I actually may have another one of those in another bin. Let me see here. Whoever was second might get lucky. Actually, no, I don't. There may be another one coming up in this bin, though. So just be on standby. But right now, that one went to Michael Nath. Sherry, Brandon, Brian, Roger, and Ted Stevens wants an ABBA's Greatest Hits. Let's sell one of those to Ted Stevens. So everything in here is $19.99. $19.99. Everything in here. Asia, self-titled. Somebody needs to be all over that. $19.99. We also have the Eagles' Greatest Hits. VG Plus Condition. VG Plus Condition on this, $19.99. And we have Wings Over America. Wow. There is a slight bubble in one of the wax on one of the sides, but it's still very nice for a Wings Over America. Just $19.99. $19.99. So Ted Stevens was the last on ABBA Hits. Alan Jonathan gets the Asia. Looks like Alan Jonathan was first of that. Eddie Persier put RASPS. I bet that was for Asia, maybe. And it auto-corrected. Lily McCurry was second. Mel Webster first on the Eagles. Yes, Eddie probably did want Asia. So Eddie, you were second. Mel was first on the Eagles, though. Marco was second. Randy next on Asia. Wade next on Eagles. Angela next on Asia. Grant next on Eagles. And Jeff H. next on Asia. Wow, lots of people on Asia and Eagles. Those are gone. Another Eagles, the long run. No condition notes, just $19.99. Who's going to get it? Drum roll, please. LR. That's long run. That goes to Joe Locke. Joe Locke. Yeah, Joe Locke, then Mel. Wow. Joe Locke, then Mel, then Brent, then Eddie, then Wayne, then Stephen, then Randy, then Lillian. then Grant, then Jeff, then Mark, and then Jeff. Next is All About Pop's Best 10. This is a compilation. I don't know if I ever even shown this one. Wow, the Beatles is on here. She Loves You. Shirley Bassey doing Goldfinger. Patty Duke, This Diamond Ring. Jay and the Americans is also on there. That is 1999. That's sold to Lily McCurry. But first, Mel Webster wants an ABBA's Greatest Hits. That's sold to Mel Webster. And Lily McCurry wants a Pops. That's sold to Lily McCurry. Those are all sold. And Tanner, that was the long run went to, just to confirm, that went to Joe Locke. And then ABBA went to Mel. And then Lillian got Pops. Next, 1999, is Asia Alpha. That's in shrink wrap. That's 1999. Alpha. 1999 on that one. And Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. Somebody needs to be all over that one too. 1999. These are some like that we never really have shown this cheap before. There's another. I knew there was another one in here. Rolling Stone Still Life. 1999 on that. The Rolling Stone Still Life. 1999. Lily McCurry, first on Asia. That's sold to Lily McCurry, 1999. Mel Webster, first on Cyndi Lauper, 1999. Randy was second. Jeff was third. Brandon was fourth. WVU Mounties on Rolling Stones. He was first to that one, WVU Mounties. John Stevens was second, and Brian C. was third. Henry's Choice, if you're ever claiming something on here, you needed to be as specific as possible. Otherwise, you may not get it. I did have an auction going very quietly in the back for some Poison cards. Let's sell those for $5 to Jeff Bergman. Poison cards are sold to Jeff Bergman for $5. Let me take a breather right quick. Whew. And before I finish this crate, let me see what other cards I got. David Lee Roth, Salty Dog. Who else we have here? Sisters of Mercy, Skid Row, Skid Row, Skid Row, Skid Row, Slaughter, Slaughter, Slaughter. It seems fitting we should sell the Skid Row and the Slaughter cards together. I do have Anthrax. We have Skid Row, 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 Slaughter, 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 Slaughter. We'll put all those together for a $5 start. Those there, $5 start on those. And I do have them all sorted by bands. I'll do Anthrax in just a second, Brandon Jackson. Okay. Did Ted Stevens get an ABBA Hits? I think he did. And also, we have two more ABBA claims. Jack Suslak wants an ABBA Hits, and Mel Webster wants ABBA Voulez. That's sold to Jack. Okay, 1999. 1999, everything in here. Billy Joel, An Innocent Man, 1999. The Beatles, a collection of great oldies. The Obi is fine. It's just attached. It's not ripped or anything. Just 1999 on that. Ted, we've got you down for an ABBA. He did or didn't? He did. Ted, we've got you down for an ABBA. And Billy and the Beaters, this is 1999. Billy and the Beaters, self-titled. First to Billy Joel was Wayne Carr. Wayne Carr on Billy Joel. Mel Webster was second. Rod Wagner first on the Beatles. Rod Wagner first on the Beatles. Next on Billy Joel was Jeff Miller. Next on the Beatles was Randy, and then Marco, and then Mel, and then Brian, and then Lillian. And Jeff Bergman's at $5 on the cards. Lillian, I think you were 5th or 6th on Billy Joel. Next is the band Islands. No condition notes on that, just 1999. The band Islands, 1999. Oh, she wanted Billy and the Beaters. That's sold to Lillian McCurry then. That's sold to Lillian. The band, just 1999. Also, Chicago 16, 1999. The Manhattan's Greatest Hits, 1999. Air Supply, Lost in Love, 1999. Billy Joel, Tell Her About It, special version, mixed by John Jellybean Benez, it looks like. And Rick Springfield, Tao. These are all Japanese pressings, just 1999ers. 1999ers. Jake walked out the door. I didn't even see him. Okay. Thank you, Jake. That was a fantastic Japanese crate. That's because those were blowout prices. Those were blowout prices. We do that every once in a while. I usually post it in the group, but I like doing it live. Much more action going on there. Okay, next was Jeff McMaster on BJ, which I think is the Billy Joel. If that's correct, that's so to Jeff McMaster. Then Tommy Flowers was first to the band. Great deal on that. That's so to Tommy Flowers. Wade Lucas was second on Billy Joe, then John Lill. Lillian first on Rick Springfield. David Johnson's going to get the Toto from earlier. Let's go through these one more time. David Johnson gets the Toto. Roger Ramjet's going to get one of the last Culture Clubs. One Culture Club left. Sorry, I need to put back hits. I wanted the other ABBA. Okay, somebody's already claimed that one, and I don't have any others. So it looks like we got one ABBA's Greatest Hits left now. Ted Stevens needs to put that one back. And let's run through these one more time. So here's what's left. Everything is 1999. 1999. Final call. Rick James, The Flag, 1999. We have Culture Club. I think that is one of the last copies of Color by Numbers. It is. Aaron Gardner gets Rick James, and Henry's Choice gets Culture Club. So Aaron Gardner on Rick James and Henry's Choice on Culture Clubs. Ken Crooker is going to get ABBA's Hits. Ken, I think the last Culture Club was just claimed. It was. The last Culture Club was just claimed. Karma Camellia is left the building. Unless there's another one. I do have more Japanese stuff over here I hadn't put out yet, but it's not. Actually, if somebody else wants, let me check this one. If somebody else wants this one. Okay, this one has a couple lot marks on it, but for $19.99, you should definitely still buy it. I've got one ABBA's Great. It does have a couple scuffs. That's why we hadn't put it out yet. It's got some sleeve scuffs, and it looks like a needle drop right here. If y'all can see that. That is $19.99. That's for sure our last copy for right now. And that is $19.99. So that is for sure the last copy of ABBA's Greatest Hits we have. So Ken got the one. Ken, we sold out of Culture Club. Brent wants Go West. That's sold to Brent. And Brad Faust wants Chicago. Let me take a couple sneak peeks here. Make sure I don't show anything. Is Chicago already claimed? No, Chicago's still in here. That's sold to Brad Faust. Okay, so ABBA's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Last copy. Alpha by Asia, last copy. This is in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Mint, $19.99, or I should say near mint, so I don't cause any more arguments. Modern Romance, $19.99, Adventures in Clubland. Earth, Wind, and Fire, Electric Universe, $19.99. The Buster, live. I don't know much about the Buster, but he's live, $19.99. Aaron Gardner on Earth, Wind, and Fire. We have Hall & Oates. Now, I've got two copies. Here's what I'll do. I've got a near mint one for $19.99, and I'll do this one for $9.99. That's just $10 minus a penny. We've graded this one VG Plus, and it has a loose obi. It's not ripped or anything. It just needs to be put back on the cover. So, mint and pristine or VG Plus, 19 and 9. We have, there's pretty much nothing wrong with this except one little bubble right here. And other than that, this is a perfect copy. Where's the bubble at? Where's the bubble? The bubble boy from Seinfeld. The bubble, I don't even see it. Seth usually leaves, right here. Wow. There's nothing wrong with this record. Seth is so picky about grading these, which is a good thing. There is absolutely, that will not affect play whatsoever. Somebody needs to buy that. Jeff Miller, you need to be all over that. Jimmy Clark says this one was $9.99, Tanner, the Hall & Oates, and Jeff Miller gets the wings for $19.99. Last two, Manhattan's Greatest Hits and Air Supply, Lost in Love. Those are all $19.99. We just wiped out an entire Japanese bin. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. These are ones that historically I have sold all day long for $35 plus. $35 plus all day long. I'm going to make these $29.99, okay? I've only got, this is what I pulled out of the crate. I pulled out 5 from that crate to make these $29.99. And these are ones that I normally would sell for $35 plus all day long. So $29.99. Supertramp, Famous Last Words. Near mint and pristine with Obi. These are all $29.99. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $29.99 on these. The Rolling Stones Golden Prize, I think is what that one's called. It is. The Rolling Stones Golden Prize. That's a great hits compilation. The famous Deep Purple, 24 karat purple. Another great hits comp. And this thing looks like it was just opened. REO Speedwagon, wheels are turning. REO Speedwagon, wheels are turning. I can't fight this feeling anymore. We need to go ahead and sell these cards. The Skid Row and Slaughter cards were sold to Jeff Bergman for $5. I kind of forgot about those over there, but those are sold for $5, and I think all these are sold. First, we got Brent Robley on Supertramp for $29.99. Jeff McMaster on the Beatles for $29.99. We have Brian Miller on the Rolling Stones. That wasn't the next comment, but it's the next record. Brian Miller on the Rolling Stones. So Brent Robley, Jeff McMaster, Brian Miller, Alan Jonathan first on Deep Purple, and Lily McCurry first on REO Speedwagon. And so that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 comments, and I had 5 records. And so Lillian or David was second on the Beatles, and Charlie was third. And then we had a question about Manhattans. Does the Manhattans have Kiss and Say Goodbye on it? If so, I'll take it. This has I'll Never Find Another, Shining Star, Kiss and Say Goodbye. That's what we were looking for. That is sold to Randy Scarborough for $19.99. I need a drink of... actually, yeah, my food's here too from Chick-fil-A. I'm in a predicament. I really need to eat, but we're also right in the middle. We can't take a break. We are in the middle of madness right now. Okay. I would love to sell these to somebody. I'm trying to figure out how to sell these last records. We have Air Supply, Lost in Love, Hall & Oates, Buster, Modern Romance, Asia, and ABBA. I know for sure ABBA is going to be $19.99. If anybody wants to make a final offer on those, let me know. I was brought my sweet tea. I can wait on food for right now. Okay, if anybody wants those, let me know. Make an offer. I would love to sell these. I don't have any other Japanese stuff. I think we got 3 or 4 brand new shipments in the office that will be part of next week's inventory. So, WV Mountie said he'd get 15 for Asia. You bought it. Sell that to WV Mounties for 15. What's the tracks on Air Supply? We have American Hearts, Chances, Old Habits Die Hard, I Can't Get Excited, My Best Friend, Lost in Love, All Out of Love, Every Woman in the World, Just Another Woman, Having You Near Me. Having You Near Me. That was $19.99. Okay, and so that leaves Asia, Hall & Oates, The Buster, Modern Romance, and ABBA. Rebecca says she'll take it. $19.99. Classic Air Supply. Correct. The Stones is already sold. Go to the bullpen. Well, if Paul was here, I'd bring in a reliever unless Addison or Tanner wants to run the show. Tanner said no. I'm sure Addison would love to, but she hadn't passed her training yet. All right, let's go through something. Let me go to the back and get a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Who wants to see a movie poster? I got 2 movie posters up here that Paul brought up. Let me go to the back and get a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Okay, you should be able to hear me now. I stepped to the back and filled up a bin from out of the bins. This is I saw Kiss. I saw Kiss, Led Zeppelin, Sparks, Jethro Tull, and Firefall. And I was like, whoa, we need to grab this bin. So here's a crate. We're going to go through them. They're all buy it now, best offer. So that means you can buy them or you can make your best offer. Let's see what we got over here in the cards department. Who was waiting? That was Anthony. Let me grab the other stack. Let me grab the other stack here. Pink Floyd, I saw the Pink Floyd cards and I was like, oh, we're missing Roger Waters. Then I realized Roger Waters wasn't with Pink Floyd in 1991. So there's David Gilmour, Richard Wright, and Nick Mason, one of the greatest drummers of all time. That is a $5 start. So $5 start on the 3 Pink Floyd cards, $5 start on Pink Floyd and Anthrax. Let's see what we got here with Anthrax. We got a bunch of them. $5 start on Anthrax. $5 start on Anthrax. And who else do we have here? Those are actually some stickers. I'll show those in just a second. Those are stickers, I think, that came with these cards. So Brandon's at 5 on Anthrax. Thank you, Brandon. But yeah, Dan Spids. There's a picture of the band. Another band shot. Charlie Benante, Joey Belladonna, Scott Ian, Joey Belladonna, and Frank Bello. Anthrax cards. Brandon Jackson's at 5. Thank you. All right, let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. Dolly Parton. That is $24.99. $24.99. Dolly Parton, Dolly. That is true. George, he was eating the apple. Sounds more casual. I like it when he made a list of everything to talk to about the girl. When he told her he was a marine biologist. What a show. George Strait, number 7, $49.99. Like I said, these are all buy it now, best offer. George Strait, number 7. This is near mint, VG Plus cover, $49.99. George Strait, number 7, $49.99. So Dolly and George Strait. Willie Nelson, Family Bible. Willie Nelson, Family Bible, $14.99. I'm just now realizing they're eating watermelon on the cover. I never noticed that. Waylon, Dreaming My Dreams. Waylon is $49.99. Tan RCA label, $49.99 on Waylon, Dreaming My Dreams. Jimi Hendrix, Jimmy Plays Monterey. That's the Monterey Pop Festival original motion picture soundtrack. Jimi Hendrix is $34.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Final call on the Anthrax cards for 5, and final call on Pink Floyd if you want to get in on those for 5. Boz Scaggs, Other Roads. Boz Scaggs is in shrink wrap of hop sticker, EX $17.99. Just the Two of Us, Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton, $24.99. Christopher's in on the Pink Floyd cards at 5, so final call on those. Just the Two of Us, Porter and Dolly, $24.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors. That is $34.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Looks like a very nice copy. That is a later pressing, probably from the late 70s or early 80s. The vinyl's near mint minus. It includes the lyric insert. $34.99 on Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Frank Sinatra sings The Secret or the Select Johnny Mercer. Not Secret Johnny Mercer. Select Johnny Mercer. $14.99 on Frank Sinatra. Elvis Golden Records. This is a great compilation. Elvis is $19.99. Elvis Golden Records. Hound Dog, Heartbreak Hotel, Jailhouse Rock, Love Me Too Much, Don't Be Cruel, Love Me Tender. That is $19.99. How much was Waylon? Waylon was $49.99. $49.99. Dreaming My Dreams. Tommy Flowers offered $12.99 for Boz Scaggs. We're going to sell that to Tommy Flowers for $12.99. That's sold to Tommy for $12.99. Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town. Original inner sleeve, $19.99 on Bruce Springsteen. John Duran offered $15 for Elvis. We're going to sell that to John Duran for $15. So $12.99 and $15 on those. Little Richard, The Real Thing. The Real Thing. This is Little Richard. It's a UK pressing, $29.99. UK pressing, $29.99. Grover Washington Jr., Mr. Magic. Grover Washington Jr. is $9.99. Mr. Magic, $9.99 on that. We have Kiss Animalize, $34.99. Original inner sleeve, very clean vinyl, $34.99 on Kiss Animalize, $34.99. Grand Funk, Closer to Home. Grand Funk is $24.99. Green Capital label, very nice, $24.99 on Grand Funk. And Sparks is $54.99. Sparks is Kimono My House. Kimono My House, $54.99. Brandon Jackson gets the Anthrax cards for $5. I'll lay those right there. And Christopher Brusha gets the 3 Pink Floyd cards for $5. Those are sold and sold. I'm going to lay those right there very carefully. Sparks is in there. So is Jerry Garcia. Garcia is $44.99. That's a 72 Pittman press. It does have a cover stain, but that is $44.99 for Jerry Garcia. Green Warner Brothers label, $44.99 on Jerry Garcia. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu. VG Plus condition, $24.99. VG Plus condition, $24.99. $24.99. Talking Heads, Fear of Music. Talking Heads is a VG Plus, $39.99. Wow. So far, that hadn't been claimed or made an offer on. Talking Heads, Crosby, Stills & Nash, Jerry Garcia, Sparks, Grand Funk, Kiss. There's also a Waylon, a Fleetwood Mac, a Jimi Hendrix, a George Strait, and a Dolly Parton. Let me see what else. Yeah, I think everybody's went to sleep. I should have took a break. I could be eating, then we could have come back and done this later. I may go ahead and do that if we don't get some activity here pretty soon. I'm starting to prioritize food over everything else that I'm doing right now tonight. Let's see here. I don't know if we'll have any interest in... I may start grouping some of these together. Let's do Exodus. Might be interested in just the Exodus. Boy, there's a bunch of them. Just Exodus. Let's do just Exodus. So Exodus is a $5 start. I got some cards here. Exodus, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of those, $5 start. Now, when I was researching these, actually a really pricey one is the Jerry Garcia Grateful Dead card. If you have the Jerry Garcia in a PSA 10, it's actually not cheap. I've only got 2 here. I've got Phil Lesh and Mickey Hart, or Phil Lish. Lish. But 2 original Grateful Dead members, those are $5 for those 2. $5 start, that is. Brandon Jackson's in on the Exodus for $5. The 2 Grateful Dead, Phil and Mickey, $5 start on those. Let's actually do another auction. I've got AC/DC. Let's do 4 of the AC/DC. Is there really wrestling cards? Oh gosh, there's all kinds of wrestling cards. AC/DC, Brian Johnson, Malcolm Young, Angus Young, and Cliff Williams. $5 for those. $5 for those. All right, so Exodus, Grateful Dead, and AC/DC. We have American Tour, the Dave Clark 5, EX condition, $9.99. EX condition, $9.99. American Tour, Dave Clark 5. Cat Stevens, Catch Bull at 4. Cat Stevens, $14.99. Catch Bull at 4. From the original soundtrack, Leader, and that's from India, 1963, $24.99. Leader, original soundtrack. Foreigner, Double Vision, $19.99 for Foreigner's Double Vision. That's the original inner sleeve, very clean vinyl, $19.99 for Foreigner Double Vision. And Neil Young Harvest. We sold one of these earlier tonight, I think. VG Plus condition, Neil Young Harvest, $24.99. So we have, what's George Strait? I think I missed that. George Strait was George Strait number 7. George Strait number 7, $49.99. George Strait number 7, $49.99. Next comment was Exodus, $5, going once, going twice. AC/DC is at $5, going once, going twice. And next record is Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. EX condition, I can't believe this is all together in one bin. EX condition, $29.99. Nate Johnson's at $6 on the AC/DC cards. Jethro Tull, Living in the Past. VG Plus condition, $24.99. That is the hardback. There is a reissue of this, but this is the hardback version, $24.99. Another Fleetwood Mac Rumors. This one's $10 cheaper. because it's been VG Plus condition, $24.99. Let's sell Ryan Anderson Sparks for $40. We finally got some activity. Ryan, I'll sell that to you, $40. That's sold to Ryan Anderson. Joe Cocker is in shrink wrap, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Joe Cocker is in shrink wrap, VG Plus condition. I highly recommend it. Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry, VG Plus, $24.99. Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry, VG Plus, $24.99. The Jethro Tull, Living in the Past, is a 2 LP hardback with a booklet in it. VG Plus, $24.99. Okay, AC/DC is getting some bids. I'm going to go ahead and sell Exodus to Brandon Jackson for $5. That's sold to Brandon Jackson for $5. And if anybody does want the 2 Grateful Dead cards, if anybody wants the 2 Grateful Dead cards, $5 on those. Sell those to Christopher Brusha. He says he'll take them for $5. So Exodus is Brandon. Same thing as earlier. Brandon and Christopher. Brandon got Exodus for $5, and Christopher got the Grateful Dead for $5. High bid on AC/DC is $10 with Jeff Bergman on those. Okay. Looks like we got an open slot. Let's see here. May have to start bundling some of these together. Let's do this here. We're going to do, let's see. We have Iggy Pop, Iron Maiden, Junkyard, Catmandu. And then this was an insert that came with some of these packs. This is a sticker from Wingers in the Heart of the Young. So those cards and that Winger sticker, $5 on those. So we'll call that just cards, I guess, if you want to bid on them. $5 on those. AC/DC's at 10 with Jeff Bergman. Okay, John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did? That's EX condition, $17.99. Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast. That's EX, $17.99. Chris Gardner is in at 5 on those. Nate, let me know if you're in or out on the AC/DC cards. And Thomas Bowman said he'd give 20 for Dolly. Sell that to Thomas Bowman for $20. The Beach Boys, Love You, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Lou Reed, Mistrial, EX condition, $32.99. Jesus Christ Superstar, that is $19.99. Nate's out on the AC/DC card, so final call to Jeff for $10. We have Incense and Peppermints. Wow, didn't know we had one of these laying around in a bin. VG Plus condition, $34.99. Psychedelia at its best. Don Henley condition. Don Henley, which has the hit song, The Boys of Summer. EX on the vinyl, very close to being a near mint minus record, $17.99. Pat Benatar, Live from Earth, that is $14.99. And we have the Beatles, Rock and Roll Music. The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music. This is an excellent 2 LP compilation, EX condition, $32.99, foil cover. Okay, AC/DC is sold to Jeff Bergman for $10. That's sold to Jeff Bergman for $10. And we have Chris Gardner, $5 on this stack. Chris Gardner, $5 on those. James Bragg, you can get Black Label Society. If anybody else wants one, I have more. Black Label Society, Stronger Than Death, featuring Zakk Wylde. Zakk Wylde. That is on clear vinyl, 2 LP, $39.99. That is sold to James Bragg. Leslie Holt wants the Beatles. Chris Gardner offered 12 for Pat Benatar. Sold. Nate Johnson said he'll take the Don Henley if Brian doesn't want it. Brian, I have an offer for somebody that will take this at $17.99. So Brian, if you want it, it's yours for $17.99. If you don't want it for $17.99, then it's Nate Johnson's for $17.99. Was there a Lou Reed Transformer? My tablet died. No, there was a Rock and Roll Animal. There was a Rock and Roll Animal. Alan Jonathan offered 15 for JC. Is that John Cougar? Is that John Cougar, Alan Jonathan? Let me know what JC was. Brian passed, so Nate Johnson gets Don Henley. That was a flurry of activity. Next is another Beatles Rock and Roll Music. This one is $34.99. Another Beatles Rock and Roll Music. Leslie got the other one. And the Beatles Songs and Pictures of the Fabulous Beatles. Songs and Pictures of the Fabulous Beatles, $19.99. And that's definitely a later reissue of that. Okay. There's some exercising going on in the building. Let's see what else we got over here in the cards. Tangier, Testament, 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 Warrant, 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 Warrant. That's a lot of warrant. So here's going to be this lot. Well, I dropped a few. Let's put these. We have this following lot. $5 start. This includes Doug Gordon from Tangier. And you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7 or so Testament. And then the warrants. And then a Slayer sticker. Wow. Seasons in the Abyss. $5 start on those. You can call them whatever you want. Testament, warrant, or warrant, testament, or Slayer stack. However, $5 start on that. Okay. Zakk Wylde. That was Black Label. Black Label Society is Zakk Wylde's band. $39.99 on Stronger Than Death. I've got several Black Label Societies. I'll show them in just a second. Yeah, there was another Lou Reed, but it wasn't Transformer. It was Mistrial. Was there a George Strait in there? There is. George Strait number 7 is $49.99. If you're just joining us, we're in the middle of a great, fantastic title bin of Buy It Now Best Offer. This is $49.99. Stacy Metternich, Warrant. Alan was offered $15 for Jesus Christ Superstar. So that's sold to Alan Johnson for $15. That's sold for $15. Jeff Berman's at $5, $6. Shane Devers said sold, and he asked about Zakk Wylde, and that was Black Label Society. So this is sold to Shane Devers. That's sold for $15. This is sold to Shane Devers. Gideon offered $40 on Waylon. Sold. Waylon, Dreaming My Dreams. That's sold to Gideon Whedon for $40. The Testament warrant cards are at $10. And any recognizable songs on Joe Cocker. I like this Joe Cocker album. This is my favorite. This has, well, I'll tell you the best songs. Of course, his cover of She Came In Through the Bathroom Window. Hitchcock Railway is a good one. And then, of course, he's covering Something. Delta Lady's good. And then Darling Be Home Soon, which is a John Sebastian Lovin' Spoonful song. But yes, and then Dear Landlord. The whole album's great, but of course, first time I really heard Joe Cocker was on the Woodstock movie, or seen him or heard him. But yes, that's a good one. Fiji plus $24.99. Okay, the Testament warrant card's 10. Stacy's at 11. Jeff's out. James Bragg says, I'll take any Black Label Society when you get time. Okay, let me go ahead and pull those then, because otherwise I'll forget. Here's what I have over here. I think I've got these here. I've got Doom Crew Inc. I've got 4 copies of that one left. Doom Crew Inc. $39.99. Doom Crew Inc. is $39.99. So I'm assuming James Bragg wants one of those. I've also got School Age, and I've got Alcohol Fueled Brutality Live plus 5. I'm assuming James Bragg wants those 2 as well. So if anybody else wants a copy of Doom Crew, I have 3 copies of that. And let me see what I have over here in the B section. I have Aerosmith, Allman Brothers, Aha, Anthrax, Asia, Arcade Fire, Artillery, Atomic Rooster, Audio Slave, Bad Company, Bad Religion, Bastille, Beck, B-52s, Beach Boys, Big Country, Black Crowes, Big Star, Black Crowes. I have one more copy of Alcohol Fueled Brutality, Blind Melon, Blink-182, Black Crowes, a lot of Black Crowes, Blues Traveler, that's hard to say fast, and Johnny Burnett. That is a tough word to say very fast. I got one more copy of that, Alcohol Fuel. And there may be more in that crate. I just really can't see them all right now. So give me a second. We'll go through the rest. Okay. Greg Rogers says, take please. So Greg Rogers is in. Greg, you'll like that album. We have a $20.99 offer on George Strait. That is a pass for right now. James Bragg said yes on those that we tagged them for. Kenny Cates Jr. wants a Doom Crew. There's a Kenny Cates, or there's a Doom Crew for Kenny Cates Jr. And we have Shane wants Live and Doom Crew. So that one goes to Kenny Cates. This is sold, and this is sold to Shane Devers. I will show the Aerosmith and Anthrax and Big Country in just a second. Okay. Have we sold all of our cards? Not yet. We have to end this auction. This is sold to Stacy Metternich for $11. Stacy, you get those cards for $11. Let me see what else I had over here. We may do another random lot. Well, these are things, I don't have many left. Is this it? I guess this is it right here. We have Black Sabbath, Cozy Powell, Clark, and Rotondo. Dan Reed Network, Dan Reed Network, Dan Reed Network. Deep Purple, Richie Blackmore, Joe Lynn Turner, Richie Blackmore, Roger Glover, Alice Cooper, Justin Hayward, and Graham Edge from the Moody Blues, and Cinderella. Cinderella, 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 Cinderella. That will be the next lot. $5 start on those. $5 start. So everything from Black Sabbath's Cozy Powell to Dan Reed Network, Deep Purple, Alice Cooper, the Moody Blues, and Cinderella. That stack, $5 start. Okay. We're almost sold all these cards, as I figured we would. So the Aerosmith was, these are all new titles. We have Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic. The Anthrax was Fistful of Metal. The Big Country, we have their first album and their second album. And Chris Wood Sr.'s at 5 on that. I still need to show the movie poster that I posted in there, but we got wiped out of Black Label Society. And, oh, wait a minute. I've got one more copy of Mafia. I got one more copy of Mafia. First one to claim that, $39.99. Okay, my best price on George Strait, Nick, would be $40, Nick Bargeron. Led Zeppelin 2, whoa, $44.99. Led Zeppelin 2 is $44.99. It's a late 70s reissue. It is near mint and pristine, $44.99. Firefall, Luna Sea. Just Remember I Love You is their hit song, and it's on this album. Firefall is $9.99. James Bragg, first to Black Label Society Mafia. That's sold to James Bragg. Elvis Costello, Imperial Bedroom. $24.99 for Elvis Costello Imperial Bedroom. Near mint on that. We have Focus, Moving Waves, $19.99. Chris, you're outbid on the cards. Ryan Anderson's at $6. The Firesign Theater, $14.99 on Firesign Theater. Stephen Forbert, Streets of This Town. Stephen Forbert is $19.99. We have Loudon Rainwright 3 T-shirt, $12.99. Chris Wood 8 is on those cards. The Royal Guardsman, The Return of the Red Baron. The Royal Guardsman, The Return of the Red Baron, $19.99. My right leg is falling asleep again. We have Air Supply, $9.99. Now and forever for Air Supply. We have Here's Larry Williams, $29.99. Here's Larry Williams, $29.99. Ian offered $30 for Jimi Hendrix. That's the live at the Monterey Pop. That was a soundtrack, very cool record. That is sold for $30 to Ian. A lot of offers all of a sudden. That's sold to Ian for $30. Brian C. offered $15 for RG, Royal Guardsman. That's sold to Brian C. Ken Crooker wants Air Supply. Ryan Anderson's out on the cards. And Chris Wood Sr. has those for $8. Final call is Led Zeppelin and RL. Not for $44.99, no. Actually, Alan just took the words, no. Robert Ludwood pressings, we have them. We got some low-grade ones. Those are not cheap. A near mint RL pressing is around $800 minimum. I think if you truly had a near mint copy, somebody would gladly pay $800 for it. So that's a tough one to get in high grade. But no, this is a Brian. This is I call it a 77 reissue. See how it has 5 digits right here? When it has 5 digits, that immediately dates it, I think, automatically to 1977. And then this one also has a barcode on the back. So that's why I said late 70s, maybe even early 80s. It is near mint and pristine, though. Brent offered $35. $38 on that. $38 on that. Firesign Theater, $14.99. And Jackson Browne Holdout. Jackson Browne Holdout, $14.99. Big Country first album is the crossing. Yes, that is $41.99. $41.99. I've seen them go over 1,000. Oh yeah, I've seen some on eBay sell for over $1,500. If somebody really wants one, yeah, that's $1,000 plus album most of the time. So yeah. Let's see here. Okay, let's sell these cards for $8 to Chris Wood Sr. And the last lot is going to be Warrior Soul. Warrior Soul, Warrior Soul, Warrior Soul, Warrior Soul, Warrior Soul. I'm not as familiar with them, but I do know White Snake. There's White Snake, David Coverdale. Winger. Those are all wingers. I should have put the sticker with that one. Sisters of Mercy. Yes, Bill Bruford. David Lee Roth, David Lee Roth. Salty Dog is the rest of the lot. So we have Warrior Soul, White Snake, Winger, Sisters of Mercy, yes, David Lee Roth, Salty Dog. That is our last lot of cards. $5 on that. $5 on that. Also, Thomas Bowman says, I'll take the personal gym instructor from earlier if you can reach it. Okay? Let's find that for Thomas Bowman. If I can't find it right away, we will need to make a note. He wants the personal gym instructor. Let's see. That was vintage. This was new vinyl. Let's see here. Michael Franks, Junior Wells, Clapton, Natalie. It's not in that bin. Let me go ahead and condense these with these. There's an empty crate. I got a Prince book over here I hadn't shown yet tonight. There's some new vinyl. Still got the Cars, the Doors. I guess Ryan was interested in this. Ryan, do you want to make an offer on the mono doors since I just found it? The Cars, Grinder Switch. Somebody just asked about that, didn't they? There's both of them. Grinder Switch, Dolly. And I think I'm really close to Personal Trainer, aren't I? Personal Trainer. Must be in the other bin. The Cars. It was kind of hidden. Music of North and South Vietnam. Let's see. Oh, I bet it's down here. Yep, here's the other. Next to last crate. Ghostface. Personal gym instructor. Found it. Oh, I'm off balance. Oh, that got me out of breath. Thomas, I'm going to have to double the price on that now. That's sold to Thomas Bowman. Let's see. 20 for the first two Grinder Switch vintage crate. Best price on Candy R. Rolling Stones posters. $10 for Atmosphere. $40 Doors Mono. I will take $45 for that. And I'm waiting to see if Brent Robley wants to give $38 for Led Zeppelin. So I'm at actually, go ahead and sell that to him for $35. That's sold to Brent for $35. The Doors, Ryan, I'll do $10 off that one, $45 for that. Near mint for $9.95. I want to thank the one I sold here. We had a nice one night. We sold at auction. I want to thank Brandon Sanders bought it, and he paid over $1,000 for it. We sold here. I think it sold for around $1,200, the one we had. Best price on Candy O. I can't remember what I had it marked. If you want to make an offer on it, I will find it. We have Pink Floyd Animals, $59.99. Pink Floyd Animals, that's a 77 Terre Haute. Does have some tape on the cover. And Quarter Flash is $19.99. Quarter Flash is $19.99. So that was a random buy it now best offer crate. Let's go through those titles one more time. Does anybody want this last stack of cards for $5? If so, you can go ahead and make it a buy now. That was the Warrior Souls, the White Snake, the Wingers, the Sisters of Mercy, yes, David Lee Roth, and Salty Dog. $5 on those if anybody wants them. Did I miss anything else? How about this? If you've submitted anything, just submit it again, and I'll start fresh from the bottom. He says he's going to let me think about this. Okay, I said 45. Brent, I lost him for a second. He never did say yes or no for at 38, but I went ahead and sold it to 35 in case he went ahead and went off. And David Polkey said he'd get 5 on the cards. $10 for Atmosphere from earlier. Let's see. That was marked, I think, $19.99, which means at best, which is a great deal. I would have to have $15 for it. The Cars Candy O was EX condition. This was EX condition. EX 1999. EX 1999 on that Stephen Chesney. That's what I've got it stickered for. That's pending to Ryan and let me see, Ghostface or Ghost Killer. I'll find that, and let me find the record he's talking about. See if I can find that one. Oh, we have. That was $9.99. $9.99 for Ghostface and LP Craig Johnson. $9.99. And 2 grinder switches. Yes, I think those are right here. There's one grinder switch, and there's the other. Sell those to Tommy Flowers. Is it Tommy Flowers? Sell those to Tommy Flowers for 10 and 10. Sell this to Craig Thomas for 7. Sean Netzel. Let me figure out the record Sean Netzel's asking about. Atmosphere. Sean, I have to have... Okay, it was 17. I'll have to have 14 for that. 14 for that, based on some of the kind of percentage discounts I'm doing on these new arrivals. And best on Sean said sold. So 14 on that, the Atmosphere, that's sold to Sean Netzel for 14. The one underneath that is sold to Craig for 7, and then the 2 under that are sold for 10 and 10 to Tommy Flowers. Got it? Okay. And what was the next question? It was Cars Nautilus Super Disc. This was in the Discogs bin, and we kind of just refreshed it before. But yeah, 54. I would do $48 on this. This is the Cars self-titled Nautilus Super Disc. $48 on that. $48 on that. I do not have any Mazzy in stock right now, I don't believe. I'm just going to read what titles were left in this bin. Great Crate, we kind of brought up from the front. I've all of a sudden got a lot of empty bins around here now. If you did see anything earlier in the show you want to make an offer on, let me know. I think everything left is now like in 2 bins. Let's try to sell these last Japanese pressings. 1, 2, 3, 4. These last 4 Japanese pressings that was part of the blowout bin. $40 if you're buying all 4 of them. $40 for these last 4. And that was the better Hall & Oates, the Buster Live, Modern Romance, and then the ABBA's Greatest Hits. $40. And that will empty out that Japanese blowout bin. $40 on those. $40 on those. Okay, there's that. I got a Rolling Stones Japanese box set that I hadn't put out for sale yet. Rolling Stones Japanese box set. That probably perked up Carol Puckett and Brent Robley. Japanese Stones box set. What? I don't know if I'm ready to show it tonight because we hadn't went through all the discs and checked them. I'm assuming they're probably all near mint and pristine, but we'll have to check them. $40 for all 4, yes. Jeff McMaster said, well, Chris Gardner said Japanese presses, so he may want, yes, $40 for all 4. Sell those to Chris Gardner. $40 for all 4. Correct. Those are sold to Chris Gardner. Okay. Chris was first. Jeff was second. Show the bin from Almost Famous. No, we never did make it to that bin. None of those got priced. That's something on standby for next week. 40 for Nautilus. So I said 48, and then we have an offer for 65 for both cars, LP. I don't know if Stephen Chesney said yes or no on this. Did Stephen Chesney say yes or no on this? EX Condition 1999. That was pinned to Stephen. He may have said something, and I missed it or it didn't come through. And then this was $55, and I said 48. And it's not mint. It's EX Condition. He said yes. So actually, this is sold already to Stephen Chesney. Those 4 Japanese pressings are 40. That's sold to Stephen for $19.99. And my best price on this, somebody asked earlier if I had it, Peter Policino, and I think I said yes, but I never did get anything else after that. That's EX Condition. It has a couple stray marks on it. $48. Okay, so next, here's what's left in this bin. Willie Nelson Family Bible. Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton, just the 2 of us. Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Frank Sinatra sings the Select Johnny Mercer. Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town. Little Richard, Grover Washington Jr., Kiss, Animalize, Grand Funk, Closer to Home. Jerry Garcia, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Deja Vu. Talking Heads, Fear of Music. Dave Clark 5, American Tour. Cat Stevens, Catch Bull at 4. Leader soundtrack from India, Foreigner, Double Vision. Neil Young, Harvest. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. Another Fleetwood Mac, Rumors. Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry. Jethro Tull, Living in the Past. Lou Reed, Mistrial. The Beach Boys, Love You. The Strawberry Alarm Clock, Incense and Peppermints. John Cougar. The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music. The Beatles, Songs and Pictures of the Fabulous Beatles. George Strait 7. Firefall, Luna Sea. Elvis Costello, Imperial Bedroom. Focus, Moving Waves. The Firesign Theater. Stephen Forbert. Loudon Wainwright. Here's Larry Williams. The Firesign Theater. Jackson Brown. Pink Floyd, Animals. And Quarter Flash. Vicky said Porter and Dolly, $8. Just the two of us. Can't do that, Vicky. This is actually really nice. No condition notes on it. $24.99. I would do, it's pretty recent too. I'd probably have to have 18 for that tonight. Probably have to have 18 for that. And then the Kiss is Animalize. That was about a VG Plus cover. Near mint and pristine vinyl with the original inner sleeve. And that was $34.99. So VG Plus cover, inner sleeve, near mint minus vinyl, $34.99. If anybody wants the cars, at one time we had this priced a lot higher. We got it prepped to list on Discogs. So final call. The best price is $48. We had that marked $54.99. That's a great sounding record. I forgot about my sweet tea over here. This may rejuvenate me. Thomas Bowman said he'll take Porter and Dolly if not sold. Thank Vicky's passing, so this is sold to Thomas for 18. That's sold to Thomas for 18. Chris Gardner said he'll give 30 for Kiss. That's sold. Ryan Anderson says he needs to pass on The Doors. This is an original mono copy. Original mono copy, $45, and that's a $10 off. So we've graded it as a VG. It's a 67 Allentown mono. Paul says it plays much better than it looks. No skips, light background crackle. That's an OG mono Doors, VG condition. $45 buy now. Brandy is still available. Brandy is still available by Looking Glass. Or I guess that's technically Looking Glass self-titled. Can't believe no one bought it. VG Plus $26.99. VG Plus $26.99 for Looking Glass. That's in a yellow Epic label. Yellow Epic label. Okay, we sold like half of this crate right back here just because Mr. James Bragg caught a peek at a Black Label Society record. So let me go ahead and go through that crate. Looking Glass is sold to Scott Snee. John Cougar is $19.99. How much for Stone's Box? Let me bring it over here and I'll show it. I did say that I didn't want to sell it and it wasn't priced. Of course, when I say that, that means everybody wants to know how much it is. I could show the worst album of all time and I could say it's not priced and I hadn't checked it yet and there would be people wanting to buy it just because of that reason. Right, Tanner? Just because I say it's not for sale, that means they want to buy it. They meaning you. It's not for sale. How much is it? I don't have it priced yet. How much is it? That's also called the oldest trick in the book. I just say that to build hype. All right. Let's see here. Band should call their name. Actually, Jefferson Airplane, their greatest hits is called The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. Movie poster. Yeah, let me show that. Is this the first one? Wow. Yeah, okay. This is $174.99. $174.99. This is Wild Wild Planet from 1967. Take a look at this. It's going to be hard to show. That's why I don't... it's hard to show these posters. One, they're not really fragile, but you got to fold them and unfold them. This is an original movie poster. $174.99. This is called a one sheet. This is called Wild is the word for Wild Wild Planet. I don't know if y'all can see that in full detail, but like I told Paul and Tanner earlier, this has everything I guess this movie poster was designed to attract viewers. It has space. It has rockets. It has people fighting. It has stuff blowing up. It's got astronauts with rifles. It's got an astronaut with 2 heads. And it has very attractive women in bikinis. So this was made to get you to go see the movie. $174.99, and this is called Wild Wild Planet. We have a lot of obscure, science fiction type stuff. There's the original stampings, Wild Wild Planet, 1967. That's, I think, when it was shown in the theaters. And that is $174.99, Wild Wild Planet, 1967. It has some small tears, a couple of light stains. It's overall very nice, especially if you were to get that framed. That's very interesting poster there. Very, very, it screams 1967 obscure science fiction. $174.99 on that. That would look very cool framed in your man cave. And I don't know if we opened up the other one. The other one is also $174.99. This is called She Gods of Shark Reef. She Gods of Shark Reef from 1958. It has some wrinkles, but it could flatten out very nicely. This is also $174.99. Let's see what this one looks like. I haven't got to look at this one yet. She Gods of Shark's Reef. Wow. 1958, original movie poster. I don't know if y'all can see that. She Gods of Shark Reef. That's very interesting. So you got three women under the water. The only thing covering them up is some flowers, and they're being attacked by sharks. And that's got a lot of color on it. That's She Gods of Shark Reef. Beautiful maidens in a lush tropical paradise ruled by a hideous stone god. Wow. There you go. I can now say that I showed some movie posters. We've got The Reef is sold to Jeff McMaster. I probably have posters in this realm, odd, cool stuff. In this genre, hundreds, and then overall in posters, thousands. It is amazing. This is from Fred Goodwin's collection, by the way. So what I did is I just made an offer one day pretty much for his poster collection. And we've had them for almost a year now. We have an entire garage full that we hadn't even moved yet. Right, Tanner? Oh my gosh, we have so many. We have boxes. This is the one here, Shark Reef. Thank you. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. That's a cool poster. And then Wild Wild Planet. Wild Wild Planet's $174.99. Far as music stuff, I know there's some back there. I don't know what we have. Yes, I have. We've got it. I don't know how to show it though. It's hard to show this stuff here on Facebook. It's time consuming, and it's really hard for y'all to see it the way my camera's mounted. So if anybody wants Wild Wild Planet, it's $174.99. Thought you were about to tell me something. Okay. I thought Addison was about to make an announcement. Okay, let me go back up to the top here. Pablo posters. Let's see here. ACD Fly on the Wall ever show up? Occasionally, but not really. Series trying, go away Siri. Reef and, okay. We have Led Zeppelin. You should buy this for multiple reasons. The first reason, it's Led Zeppelin. It's $59.99. This is Led Zeppelin 1 remastered, and it includes a complete 1969 live concert. 2 LPs from Paris, 1969. Let me bring out the Stones box set, and I have one of the last things we're going to show is an on-sale crate of $9.99 and I think $6.99, or I don't know what we got. We're about to show it though. Let's see what we have here. While I'm over here getting the Stones, let me go ahead and do this. So Led Zeppelin's $59.99. That's a triple LP. Led Zeppelin 1. Led Zeppelin 1. All right. Oh, my bad. It's the Beach Boys. It's not the Rolling Stones. Psh. Sorry. Carol Puckett, you can go to bed now. That is the Beach Boys. I thought it was the Rolling Stones. Overkill, Horoscope. Overkill is $33.99. The classic album, Half Speed Mastered on blue marbled vinyl. And also The Years of Decay. The Years of Decay. That is $33.99. So Overkill. We got 2 copies left of Glam Rock Collected. Glam Rock Collected, $46.99. Glam Rock Collected. We also have Overkill Taken Over, $34.99. Black Label Society, $39.99. Uh-oh, there is one more. The Blessed Hellride, $29.99. The Blessed Hellride, Black Label Society, $29.99. The newest Foo Fighters album, but here we are, $31.99. Def Leppard Hysteria, $48.99. Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan, $31.99. Slipknot, self-titled, $28.99. Ozzy Ordinary Man, $29.99. And Muse, Origin of Symmetry, Muse is $28.99. The Beach Boys, let's take a look at it. The Beach Boys Capital Years. Let's see what we have in here. I don't really know. Let me unbox it. I have not got this since I have not opened this since it got delivered from the island of Japan. So let's take a look here. So we have the Beach Boys, the Capital Years. It says mono and stereo. First thing I notice is there's a little bit of a wrinkle here in the obi. Has the hole cut out where you can easily open the box like that. So this has Summertime USA, Changes, California Dreamin', Timeless, Breakaway, and Sunshine Music. Wow, this has everything. I was just glancing over some of the tracks there. Summertime USA, there's the track listing. California Dreamin', there's the track listing. Sunshine Music. Changes. Yeah, this has all the Pet Sounds stuff. Pretty much has the entire Pet Sounds right there. Just in a different order, it looks like. Yeah. Timeless, Good Vibrations is on that one. Darling, Here Comes the Night. Breakaway, that has the stuff from the late 60s on it. The Brian Wilson Productions. Wow. So how many LPs is that? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 LPs. Here's the complete discography book. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 LPs, the Beach Boys, the Capital Years. Let me pull up something right quick before I speak too soon on that one. 7 LP. Are we frozen? Can anybody else hear or see me? I misspelled beach. Let's see here. My phone's frozen too. My phone's just being really slow right now. Let's see here. When did... Let's see. Beach Boys 7 LP. Trying to figure out what the price is thing. I don't know. Let's see, what would be fair for a mint 7 LP Beach Boys? Pretty much their live recordings up through the late 60s. So the primetime stuff. What would be a fair starting bid? $350. Wow. I'll take that if somebody wants to bid it. Tanner said $2. Okay, so somewhere in between. Usually I can process stuff just immediately, but I've never seen it. See if anybody wanted to start us off. James Bragg said 80. It's a 7 LP with Obi. I mean, the box has the Obi too. I'll say a $99 start. I'll say a $99 start. I feel like if this was, I usually do this comparison. If this was pressed today, the Beach Boys charge a lot for their stuff. Their newest release, which was that 2 LP, they charged almost $60 for that. So, you know, I was thinking a $99 start. So, you know, let's go over that one more time, and I think it looks like we have several people interested. So, this is the Beach Boys, the Capital Years. The Beach Boys, the Capital Years. So, it does have an Obi. I'm trying to figure out how this thing's connected. It looks like it wraps inside the box and on the back. There it is. And it opens like that. So it has that kind of glue. Yeah, the Obi's like glued on the inside. That's good. It was factory made that way. It does have a crease right here. So there's everything with the box. No foxing or discoloration on that. So that presents very well. And then, like I said, 7 mint LPs. Beautiful vinyl. 7 near mint minus LPs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 LPs. And what I was saying is I usually compare this to, if this was being manufactured today, let's see, a 7 LP box set. What do I have over there that's 7 LPs? Well, Rat is 4, and it's $200, right? 4 or 5 LPs? Yeah. And then so 7 LPs and also with a book. So that's what I compare it to. Not only that, this is Japanese. And then these are all, that's the book. And then this is all the original inner sleeves. And they're broken down like that. Okay, while they're bidding on that, Mel Webster's at $190. I do have 1 crate of on sale. So this crate was Muse, Ozzy, Slipknot, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Def Leppard, Foo Fighters. James Bragg want this one. James Bragg, this was the only Black Label Society we didn't have you tagged for tonight. If you want that one, let me know. Black Label Society, Overkill, Glam Rock, Overkill, and Led Zeppelin. James Bragg said yes. So that's so did James Bragg. So pretty much from what I'm seeing, this is every Beach Boys recording from the Capital Years and some rare tracks as well. So that's got everything on it. Led Zeppelin is $59.99. That's the remaster plus a 2 LP complete live concert from 1969. So, yeah, I was about to say a 5 LP. Most 5 LP box sets are around $200, you know, new. This is vintage Japanese, pristine. So, okay, we'd have one last vintage bin of on sale stuff, maybe. Depends on how well this one goes. I'll tell you this, though, I'm getting awfully hungry. The back part of this crate is $6.99. This part of the crate is going to be $9.99. And then I think I've got some stuff that is $14.99. So let's do the $6.99 stuff first. I got $6.99, $9.99, and $14.99. So Addison, we're going to start with $6.99 stuff. But first, we need to pull Troy Sherrock, a Led Zeppelin 1 Deluxe. So Blessed Hellride went to James Bragg. This is told to Troy. James Bragg is at $200 on the Beach Boys. Mel Webster is out and check condition. I will let you know if the grade on these. And Chris Gardner, did I get a Led Zeppelin? I don't think so. Did you want one as well? I reset my feed earlier. I might have missed some comments. So Chris Gardner also wanted a Led Zeppelin. So Led Zeppelin and Led Zeppelin. You must be highly caffeinated. I've had one. What have I had? I've had a Diet Pepsi and a glass of caffeine mix. Yeah. We had a great show last night. Jake was sitting in, and when he left, he said he had a headache. He said, "This is giving me a headache." He said, "I've never seen us this busy." I was like, "We've been busy tonight." That was last night. Tonight's been the same. So, okay. We have the Beach Boys at $200. Everything in here is going to be $6.99. Actually, I need that sticky note back so I can keep these separated. Tanner's in the tagging chair now. We must be ready for a furious sales. Right, Tanner? Okay. He's saying, let's get going. All right, so these are all $6.99. We have Randy Meisner, One More Song. If I don't say check condition, then you can assume it's EX plus to near mint minus. Randy Meisner, $6.99. Shooting Star, Silent Scream. Shooting Star, $6.99. Automatic Man, Visitors. Automatic Man, $6.99. Torch, Carly Simon, $6.99. Michael Nath wants Shooting Star. We have A Star Is Born, Judy Garland. Judy Garland, $6.99. J.F. Murphy and Salt, $6.99. Brian C. first on AM, which is Automatic Man. That's sold to Brian C. Sean Cassidy, Under Wraps. That's sealed. It has never been opened before. $6.99. Lisa Montgomery wants the Judy Garland. These are all $6.99. John Clemmer, Lifestyle, is $6.99. We also have David Jonathan, Here Comes the Night, $6.99. Jeff McMaster is next on Murphy, which is J.F. Murphy and Salt. That's so to Jeff McMaster. By the way, final call on the Beach Boys box set. James Bragg has that for $200. Final call, 7LP Japanese box set with Obi, near mint, all the inner sleeves, and book. Ricky Lee Jones, Pirates. That's in shrink wrap, $6.99. Southside Johnny and the Jukes, Trash It Up. Southside Johnny, $6.99. The Outlaws, wow, only $6.99. No condition notes on it either. Green Grass and High Tide, $6.99 on that. And we have Laura Nero. That's in shrink wrap with the Laura Nero tag to let you know who it is. $6.99 on that. First to Southside was Michael Nath. Michael Nath on Southside. Jeff was second. Leslie was third. Scott Westskittle first on the Outlaws. These are all $6.99. Laura Nero was a near mint shrink wrap. The Everly Brothers, A Date with the Everly Brothers, $6.99. What a nice looking cover. And that's nice vinyl as well. Warner Brothers, $6.99 on the Everly Brothers. Dan Fogelberg, Windows and Walls. Gold stamp promo on the back, $6 on Fogelberg. Tom Cochran and Red Rider, $6.99 for Tom Cochran and Red Rider. Jefferson Starship, Modern Times, Gatefold, near mint, original inner sleeve, $6.99 on that. And we have the Straubs Ghost, $6.99 on the Straubs Ghost. Webb Pierce, Merry Go Round World. Webb Pierce is $6.99. We also have Ry Cooter, Bop Till You Drop. Ry Cooter is $6.99. And Poco, Rose of Cimarron, $6.99 in shrink wrap. The Beach Boys box set. I'm glad I mentioned, I thought it was a Rolling Stones, but that is sold to James Bragg for $200. Thank you, and thanks to everybody else who bid. That's sold. That's an awesome box set. WVU Mounties on RC, which is Ry Cooter. That's $6.99 to WVU Mounties. Dave Edmonds, Subtle as a Flying Mallet, $6.99 on Dave Edmonds. Boz Scaggs, Middle Man, $6.99 on Boz Scaggs. We have Don Adams meets the Roving Reporter, $6.99 on Don Adams. Jeff McMaster on Dave Edmonds, that's sold to Jeff McMaster. Tommy Flowers first on BS, which is Boz Scaggs. And No Hits, 4 Errors, the best of Martin Bull, $6.99. Everything's $6.99. Webb Pierce, Golden Favorites. Webb Pierce is $6.99. The Mason Williams Ear Show. Mason Williams, that is $6.99. We also have NYPA, the New York Port Authority, 3,000 miles from home, $6.99. And Dionne Warwick, Promises, Promises, $6.99 on Dionne Warwick, Promises, Promises. And the last of the $6.99 is Peter, Paul, and Mary, album 1700. There's one of those 7 arts labels that we're always looking for. Always looking for those on Van Morrison albums, some of them, $6.99 on that. So one quick recap. Peter, Paul, and Mary is sold to Jeff McMaster. These are $6.99, and then the next batch is going to be $9.99. $3 bump on the next batch, but here's what's left in the $6.99. Dionne Warwick, New York Port Authority, Mason Williams, Webb Pierce, Martin Mull, Don Adams, Poco, Webb Pierce, Straubs, Jefferson Starship, Tom Cochran, Fogelberg, Everly Brothers, Laura Nero, Ricky Lee Jones, David Johannesson, not Johansson. I forgot which way that was supposed to go. John Clemmer, Sean Cassidy, Carly Simon, and Randy Meisner of the Eagles. Now, this next sticky note forward, everything is going to have a price change, Tanner, and that is $9.99. The first $9.99 record is Prism, Armageddon. Prism is $9.99. So is Cat Stevens. Very young and early songs. $9.99 on that. Charlie DeFrank wants the Straubs. That was from the $6.99 bin. Straubs Ghost, right? Yep, that's sold to Charlie, and that was $6.99 on the Straubs. Cat Stevens, Prism. We have Jay Giles Band, Ladies Invited, $9.99 on that. That's a half-off record. Michael Jackson, Farewell, My Summer Love, Near Mint and Shrink Wrap. Michael Jackson, just $9.99. James Bragg, first on Jay Giles. That's the first $9.99 record. And first to Michael Jackson was Jeff McMaster. Chris Gardner, you were second. Jeff Beck, Flash, $9.99 on Jeff Beck, Flash. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, just $9.99 on that. I don't want to tell you what we originally had that sticker for. Supertramp, Brother, Where Are You Bound? Supertramp is $9.99. Sugarloaf Express, featuring Lee Ritenour, is a Japanese pressing. 1977 Japanese pressing, $9.99 on Sugarloaf Express. Toto Hydra, Near Mint, Gatefold, $19.99. Stephen Chesney wants Supertramp. That's sold to Stephen Chesney. The Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute, in Shrink Wrap. What a Fool Believes, with the original inner sleeve. Nice copy, just $9.99 on that one. Toto Doobie Brothers, and we have Concert for the People of Campuchia. Definitely need to get this now for $9.99. This was originally $24.99. The Who, The Pretenders, Elvis Costello, Rockpile, Queen, The Clash, Ian Dury, Paul McCartney, and Rockestra. That's only $9.99 now. Concerts for Campuchia. We have Golden Earring, North, East, West, South. $9.99 for Golden Earring. Craig Thomas first to Campuchia. Jeff was second. Rich Record was third. Sherry Martell was fourth. Elvis Costello and the Attractions, Get Happy. That Elvis Costello, just $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer's debut album, self-titled, $9.99, including Lucky Man. That's $9.99. Get Happy, that is sold to Craig Thomas. Elvis Costello, Get Happy. That's also $9.99. Styx, Pieces of 8, VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition, Pieces of 8, $9.99. Elton John, Blue Moves, a 2LP. Elton John, that's also VG Plus condition, $9.99. And the Jacksons, Victory. The Jacksons, Victory is EX. EX condition. It does include the original merchandise order form. It includes a Jackson's merchandise order form. Trying to show it. Oh, if I can get it out. There he goes. And inner sleeve. John Duran, first on Styx, $9.99. Chris Gardner, first on Elton John, $9.99. And Jeff McMaster, first on the Jacksons, for $9.99. So here's what's left for $9.99 as soon as I take a drink of Chick-fil-A sweet tea. They need to send me $3 for saying that. Here's what's left in the $9.99 bunch. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Golden Earring, The Doobie Brothers, Toto, Sugarloaf, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Jeff Beck, Cat Stevens, Prism. David Eberly wants Toto. That is sold to David Eberly, a near mint copy of Hydra. Now, this next batch is $14.99. Larry Underhill, you were second to Toto. This next batch is $14.99. This next batch is $14.99. And this includes the Fraternity of Man. Some of these I were looking up on Discogs because I was determining whether just to reprice them below what I think they should sell for, or put them on Discogs for the same price. So when I was looking these up, a lot of these I wasn't too familiar with, so I went ahead and put what genre, just so you know. And this is a nice copy in shrink wrap, $14.99, and this is the Fraternity of Man. Fraternity of Man. So this is blues rock and psych rock, $14.99. Jeff McMaster got the Fraternity of Man. These are all $14.99. Also, Wings Over America, $14.99. A triple LP, $14.99. So Tanner, the Fraternity of Man was the first LP for $14.99. John Smetzer wants the Doobie Brothers from the previous batch. That was $9.99. Sell that to John Smetzer. Now we're going to go back to $14.99. $14.99 with Chris Gardner, on Wings Over America. That's $14.99. And WV Mounties put JB. And JB was, what was JB? Jeff Beck, maybe? We'll put that in pending. We'll stop right there of Wings. And the next $14.99 record is Thriller, which is essentially half off with the original inner sleeve. I think I showed this in a Buy It Now Best Offer bin, and no one made an offer on it. So I was like, well, I'll make it such a deal, you have to buy it. He said yes on Jeff Beck, and that was $9.99. So Jeff Beck Flash, $9.99, and Michael Jackson Thriller, a near mint copy, $14.99 to Chris Gardner. Last two $14.99 records are Julius Hemphill, and this is Coon Business, and this is Jazz, Free Jazz. I wasn't for sure. I thought it was blues, just based on the cover, and it was actually Jazz, Free Jazz. That's $14.99. Scott Snee wants Sugarloaf Express. That's also from the $9.99 bin. So Sugarloaf goes to Scott Snee for $9.99. Scott Williams wants MH. MH was, that might have been MJ, and it auto-corrected. What was MH? And Scott Westskittle wants NYPA, and that was $6.99. That's sold to Scott Westskittle for $6.99. Next $14.99 record, John Mayall, Empty Rooms. $14.99. John Mayall, a beautiful copy. Red Polydor label, 14. Yes, Scott auto-corrected on that. Okay. Not much left in there. I'm just going to do a very, very quick recap. We have two $14.99 records left, which is John Mayall, Empty Rooms. We also have Julius Hemphill, Coon Business. That's $14.99. Jazz, Free Jazz. The $9.99 records are Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Golden Earring, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Cat Stevens, and Prism. The $6.99 records are Dionne Warwick, Mason Williams, Webb Pierce, Martin Mull, Don Adams, Poco, Webb Pierce, Jefferson Starship, Tom Cochran, Dan Fogelberg, the Everly Brothers, Laura Nero, Ricky Lee Jones, David Johansen, or Jonathan. We also have John Clemmer, Sean Cassidy, Carly Simon, and Randy Meisner. Scott said he'll do the Cat Stevens. That was $9.99. Very young and early songs. There's also a hop sticker in the bottom of this crate. It's a, $9.99 on that. It's a Roulette Records, distributed by Roulette Records hop sticker. Anybody else? I feel like everybody's still in the bond mood, Tanner. What do you think? That's got a horrible look from Addison. Will there be any other requests, especially on new vinyl? Is there any other request, especially for new vinyl we have in stock? Anything you're looking for? I've seen a couple, maybe new people. Can I get a copy of Warrant, Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich? You can. Those are $44.99. That's the kind of request I like. Something I can walk straight over here to. This is a limited edition. 3,000 individually numbered copies on crystal clear vinyl. This peaked at number 10 on the Billboard 200. This is Warrant's debut album featuring Down Boys, Heaven, that was a big song, Big Talk, and Sometimes She Cries. $44.99. David Polkey, that's so to you. Is Love Hurts on the Everly Brothers. Love Hurts. Let's take a look at the Everly Brothers LP. The Everly Brothers LP has, this is for John Smetzer, this has Love Hurt. Wow. Side 2, track 1. I have a feeling he'll want that. That was $6.99. You got the Breakfast Club. It's right here. Tanner just snapped his fingers and it appeared. New and sealed, $36.99. New and sealed, $36.99. The Breakfast Club. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. No, but I definitely need to order that new album. John Duran said sold. Chris Gardner also wants one. Chris, I don't think I have another one, but if you want one, I'll put you on a waiting list. I don't think I have another one around here. Let's see here. So John Duran got that for $36.99. New and sealed. Chris Cornell, Higher Truth. I have that right here for $44.99. Right here for where is those? Where are those? $44.99. It's in that crate in the back. Should be. White Snake. Oh, we hadn't been through that crate in a while. That's got some good stuff in it. Misfits, Colt.
Yeah, it was like in the very back. I remember that.
I may have recondensed it with something else. I have them though. They're $44.99. $44.99. Chris Gardner, let me know if you want on a waiting list. He said okay on that. Do you have KGLW Petro Dragon? I don't, because I don't know what that is. I guess I need to look into that. Chris Cornell Higher Truth, $44.99. 2 LP sealed. Are there new and sealed Boston first album? There are, but I don't have any in stock. Jackie Reynolds wants on the Depeche Mode Music for the Madness waiting list. Do you have any more of the Cure Wish left? I should, Rich. I think I see them from here. 3 copies. I have Marshall Crenshaw, Crimson Glory, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Crosby, Stills and Nash, The Cult, and The Cure Wish. The Cure Wish is the $6.99 on Everly Brothers. The Cure Wish is a 30th anniversary edition, 2 LP, 180-gram vinyl, remastered by Robert Smith. Features the singles Friday, I'm in Love, High, and A Letter to Elise. That is $44.99. Joshua said sold on Chris Cornell, and The Cure is also $44.99. Star Wars Phantom Menace. I don't think they've pressed that on vinyl. The Phantom Menace, as in episode 2. I don't think that's on vinyl, is it? And Rich Recore said sold on The Cure. Any other request? I can tell you if I have something or not, especially if that's episode 1. No, I've never seen that on vinyl before. That'd be an awesome reissue by Music on Vinyl, but I've never seen that before. Masses, yeah. Jackie, we got you on that list for Depeche Mode. Peter Green, Blue Guitar. I do not have that. I also don't have any Death Grips. I don't have them either. So with top sellers, if you're looking for discography backstock, of course I can say we have lots of Black Sabbath, Kiss, Fleetwood Mac, Jimi Hendrix, Bowie, AC/DC, Metallica's, Tom Petty's, Queen's, Pink Floyd for sure, and almost all Led Zeppelin albums. We have U2, Zach Bryan, Luke Combs, Sturgill Simpson, Ringo Starr, Megadeth, Alan Jackson, Bob Marley, Alice in Chains, Warrant, Godfather soundtracks, Matrix soundtracks, 8 Mile soundtracks, Casino Royale, Stranger Things, Pink Floyd, Iron Maiden, Stone Temple Pilots, Soundgarden, Tyler Childers, Blues Traveler, Chicago, Collective Soul, The Cure, Beth Hart, Genesis, King Crimson, Queens of the Stone Age, Slaughter, Slipknot. We've got I think Slipknot's entire discography. We have Self-Titled, Iowa, Volume 3, their newest album. We also have All Hope Is Gone, We Are Not Your Kind, Sly Stone, Velvet Revolver, Smashing Pumpkins, Sonic Youth, Soul Asylum, Talking Heads, Wasp, White Zombie, Rob Zombie, compilations, Cream, Elton John, Pantera, Tom Waits, Oingo Boingo, Cinderella, Ghost, John Lee Hooker, Robert Plant, Funkadelic, Tool, Undertow, $33.99, Kanye West, Longshot, Moon-Shaped Pool, right here. I see the back of it. Radiohead, a Moon-Shaped Pool, $46.99. I've got 2 left. I can't believe that didn't sell out when we originally showed it. Radiohead is $46.99, a Moon-Shaped Pool. We've got that in stock right here. Greg Allman. I don't have anything solo by Greg Allman. I don't think I have anything by Tori Amos. Which Oingo? I've got 2 Oingo Boingos in stock. We have Oingo Boingo, Nothing to Fear, and Oingo Boingo, Good for Your Soul. Both Radioheads are sold to Rich Recore and James Bragg. Those are both sold. So Oingo Boingo is limited to 500 on clear and green vinyl and deep red and white vinyl. $28 and $29.99 on those. So the crate I just pulled Radiohead out of has Metallica. I don't know if y'all can see it back here. Let me move the camera a little bit closer. We have Metallica. Hey, there's Dr. Feelgood. I think we put somebody on a waiting list for that. There's an extra copy. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, Metallica, Kiss, Ace Frehley, Johnny Cash, Metallica Garage Days, Ride the Lightning, De La Soul, Rush, All the World's a Stage, AFI, All Hallows EP, $16.99. Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, Collective Soul, Foo Fighters, Kraftwerk, Sabotage, Soulfly, Collective Soul, David Bowie, The Lion King, Fish, Joy, Velvet Underground and Nico, De La Soul, Charlie XCX, and Bob Dylan, and Photo Martyr. We have Funkadelic. The copy of Funkadelic I have, Greg Rogers, right in front of Queen's Greatest Hits, is right here. This is Funkadelic Maggot Brain, remastered from new high-resolution analog transfers with the bonus 12-inch Maggot Brain reworked by Detroiters. That is $59.99. $59.99. We need a Battle of Los Angeles, Rage Against the Machine. Do we have that in the RATM section? I don't know if I have any more Battle of Los Angeles or not. I don't have anything by Sleep, Luke Mitchell. I do have Wallflowers, though, Bringing Down the Horse. Wallflowers, Bringing Down the Horse is $34.99. It's $34.99. It's a 20th anniversary. First time on vinyl as a 2LP, Wallflowers, Bringing Down the Horse. And that is $34.99, Scott Westskittle. That's new and sealed 2LP. Anybody else? I don't have any Sleep. We're checking on Rage Against the Machine. If we Battle of Los Angeles. Looks like graffiti, a guy holding his fist up in the air. Don't have it, Tanner says. We have Limp Bizkit, James Taylor, Social Distortion, Rush, My Morning Jacket, Tears for Fears, Rancid. This is fairly new stuff over here. Yeah, REM. Tanner's like, here's an REM we hadn't shown in a while. That's true. REM, Out of Time. $36.99 for REM Out of Time, and that one's back out of stock. So if we were to order more of those right now, we couldn't. Scott Westskittle said he'll take the Wallflowers. Anybody else? I got more of those. The Cult, Pure Cult. The only thing by the Cult I have in stock right now is Love. I do have more copies of Pure Cult on the way, though. WVU Mounties, if you want on a waiting list for the next invoice, not the one that will go out Monday, but the next invoice, I can go ahead and put you down for one of those. But I don't have any on hand right now. I don't have Saints of Los Angeles. That's a Motley Crue album. That's one Motley Crue album I do not have. I also don't have their self-titled album, which is not really in print. Wendy O. Williams. We have Nine Inch Nails, Live, Throwing Copper, Beck, Run DMC, Cinderella, More Cure, Soundgarden, Scorpions, Judas Priest, Matchbox 20, Maroon 5, also King's X. This Megadeth album, I only have 3 copies left, and they're back out of stock. Maybe 4 copies. 3 or 4 copies. We have Megadeth Dystopia. That's the last 3 or 4 copies of that we have. $29.99. We do have soundtracks. We have such as our all-time bestseller, the Forrest Gump soundtrack, 2LP, $36.99. Elvis, The Young Bloods, The Fifth Dimension, Three Dog Night, Leonard Skinner, Willie Nelson, Jackie DeShannon, The Doors, Jefferson Airplane, The Beach Boys, Mamas and Papas, Bob Dylan. That is $36.99. Charlie said Asia 15. I'm not for sure what that is. All the Japanese pressings are sold. We have 0 Japanese pressings in stock. Everything that was priced, we have sold every one of them tonight. The Nine Inch Nails, the only one here that I don't think has been claimed is The Fragile. The Fragile is $49.99. I have no Lucy Woodward. I don't have no on Lucy Woodward, but that is something we can write down because I don't know what that is. I will check on some Lucy Woodward, though. Yeah, Lucy Woodward, Sleep. Sleep, yes, write down Sleep. That's a good note for me, too. Definitely we need to restock all the Rage Against the Machine albums. Greg, there's a cheaper version of Funkadelic in print. I need to order those. They're about $30 instead of $60. It's just a single LP. I'm probably going to order those because I know $60 is a little pricey, but that is a great mix on that album. But I'm probably going to order some of the cheaper ones as well. I don't have any Karate Kid soundtracks. Tori Amos. I definitely need to order some Tori Amos and Greg Allman. And Peter Green. Joe and Kathy asked for Peter Green blue guitar. I don't have that, but I think that might be something I can order. Typo Negative. None of their stuff's available. Dirty Rotten Imbeciles Thrash Zone. I don't have that. I don't think it's in print. And probably need to back order some Star Wars soundtracks. So, all right. Interest in Funkadelic. Yeah, I need to get some of the cheaper Funkadelic maggot brains. There's some that are about the $30 price instead of $60. So, Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen 1. I don't think I have that right now. Let me check the M, or I guess that would be V's. I don't think I have those, though. I think we're sold out. And with that, I think we've reached the end of the week. I'm definitely ready to eat my Chick-fil-A. See, Wasp, Rick Wakeman, War, White Zombie, Whiplash, White Line, White Snake, The Who, Wilco, Gary Wright, X, XTC, Neil Young, X, Towns Van Zant, ZZ, and then our compilations. We have Reggae Collected, Tarantino Experience Volume 3, Now Yearbook 86, Classic Rock Collected, Now Yearbook 78, and Now Dance the 80s remixes. So I don't guess I have any Wolfgang Van Halen. I can also do a waiting list for that, but I do not have any. So, okay. Charlie says, get my offer for Asia 15. I did, and I said we have already sold that. We did, and we've already sold that. You earned the chicken sandwich. I hope so. The two white zombies we have is Astro Creep 2000 and Devil Music La Sextoristo. That is $38.99. $38.99 on those. And with that, we got a lot of cleanup to do too. All right. Thanks everybody for watching. We've had a great week. Actually, a great last couple of nights. Backstreet Boys NSYNC. The wife. Of course, the wife. I think you mean you, right, Marty? I don't, but I need to order some more. Add that to the list, Tanner. We're going to have some great new arrivals on Monday and Tuesday because I got to order all this stuff y'all are asking about that I realize that I'm out of stock. Probably I had it in stock and then it gets sold here in the store. I did a flip crate 2 days ago, and Friday we were really busy here in the store on Friday. We sold a ton of new vinyl. I checked our numbers. A lot of new vinyl went out the door here Friday, and I went to pull stuff, and it had already got grabbed. So we sold a lot here in the store on Friday. So and that's it. So I'm going to end the feed. Thanks everybody for watching, tuning in. We'll be back next week at 7 o'clock Central Time. We'll start this all over again. We'll be live next Monday, next Tuesday, next Wednesday, next Thursday, next Friday, next Saturday, and then that's it. And then we'll do it again the next week, and then the next week. Okay. Thanks everybody for watching. See y'all